over the latest published data on the Ghanaian economy. And as a responsible opposition party, we are obliged to share with the nation our findings, and also obliged to draw the attention of the government to key worrying signals that we are observing. And our presentation this morning is in three parts. First, the props, or what is known as the settings, that the government is employing to achieve the macro numbers that it is publishing, and the effects of these props or settings. Second, we'll be speaking about the sustainability of these props or settings that they are using. And thirdly, we'll be speaking to the subject of some outstanding key development issues that the government is failing to tackle. So let's start off with the... Now, on Thursday, for sure, the government will tell the country that Ghana has moved from stability to growth. Our task today is to lay out what the government's own published data actually shows, not the headline or narrative they are putting on it, but what the data actually shows. How the headline numbers are being manufactured, and whether they can last, and what they have cost the ordinary Ghanaian. And we'll put three tests to this review. And the first is the quality of the 2025 surplus. Now, the government will cite a 2025 primary surplus of 2.6% of GDP on a commitment basis, against a target of 1.5%. And they would seek to tell the Ghanaian people that that means that they are managing the fiscals prudently. But we want to sound a caution ahead that it's important to look underneath these numbers. You will find that revenue has missed the revised target by about 4.7%, and the surplus was delivered because expenditure was compressed by 13.8% of GDP. In plain language, the government did not outcollect its target. It rather underspent its expenditure targets. Savings from delayed capital execution are not structural reform. They are only a postponement of things that they will have to do at the end of the day. The second issue is something that the first quarter of 2026 confirms as a pattern. Now, the government's own data, through what the Bank of Ghana has just released ahead of the MPC, shows that first quarter spending is about 62 billion against a target of 78 billion. That is 21.2% below target. Capital expenditure is 41% below target. This is a government that says that its focus is a big infrastructure project out of which it will create 800,000 jobs, and they are 41.9% below target on capital expenditure. Foreign finance projects is about 0.6 billion Ghana cedis out of 5.3 billion Ghana cedis. Goods and services, 35% below target. Grants to health, education, and the districts is about 19% below target. And the only thing that they've been able to protect is the wage bill. And that is why the independent analysts are calling this the weakest first quarter execution of any budget since 2017. Roughly about 24 billion Ghana cedis unexecuted in 3 months. And that is roads, schools, and hospitals that had to carry the cut. The third part of this argument is that the arrears problem that this government first complained about and tried to paint the MPP black on, the arrears problem is not gone away. The finance minister himself, if you recall, in 2025, reported that they had discovered arrears of about 67 billion Ghana cedis, and he used that to adjust the primary balance at the time. And you recall the minority at the time saying that that was very, very inappropriate. Now, he subjected it to an audit. The audit came back and proved that his 67 billion was false, and that indeed what he could only even attempt to claim was 45 billion. And I'll come to a second point on that one. And by the way, that 45 billion was because they just went around asking anybody who says that government owes them to bring forward a claim. Now, against this 45 billion, the 2025 budget allocated only 13 billion to settle some of it. And by November 2025, the road sector alone reported that they have now got a backlog of close to about 40 billion Ghana cedis arrears. So if the audited claim ended at 45 and they claimed they were going to pay about 13 billion, and now the road sector alone is talking about 40 billion still. The minister now says only 11.5 billion has been cleared, and no new payables have accrued. The maths doesn't math. What is the true stock of arrears, and which sectors are driving it? And when cash is tight, is it the arrears clearance itself that is being squeezed? And by the way, bear in mind that this arrears stock, as I mentioned, was because they went around asking everybody to add up. The proper arrears stock has always been on the GIFME. So when he comes tomorrow, he has to tell us which database he's using for his new arrears calculation. Is he using the same formula he used in 2025? Or he's going back to GIFME, in which case he'll be comparing apples and oranges. And we believe we need to draw your attention so that all of us examine this in detail. Finally, on this first argument that we've been making about the settings that they are using, the revenue engine of our republic is faltering. The first quarter revenue missed the program target by about 4.5%. Oil revenue fell from about 19.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2024 to 8.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. And first quarter oil receipts this year were about 37.6% below target. Does
Oh, as people of this industry, we are impressed so far. We've seen a lot of changes, either to some investors were leaving the country to other neighboring ports. But those guys are back, and then the port is now very, very busy. So we are excited because some taxes were taken off, and the burden on the business community is now lessened. And so we see a lot of improvements in trade now in the country. Yeah.
So what are your expectations?
Our second expectation now is that as much as we commend government highly for the passage of the maritime and other related bills, we want it to be enforced. We know port security or maritime security is an economic issue. Once the port is safe, the maritime industry is safe, the seas is safe, it means that the economy is going to grow, because maritime security or piracy affects so much of the port businesses, because once insurance is high, cost of living is high, because business people will always, push for whatever cost they incur to the ordinary consumer. So we are looking forward to government making funding ready to engage in training, education, and actually enforcing the law that has been passed, so that the effect and the reason for which the law has been passed will be felt in the Ghanaian economy.
Besides the enforcement of the law, are you expecting any other thing?
Like Oliver Twist, we always want to ask for more. We know that there is so much that has happened in the past few years under this administration, but we will still ask that some taxes are reviewed to make business easier for our people in the port.
Consumers.
I have said it loud and clear that from where I sit, we can only thank the government for the policies that they've introduced so far since the government became the state affairs of this country. And I said that from where I sit as Executive Secretary, I think that the government has done enough for us. One, the government has abolished the COVID levy for us. The government has abolished e-levy for us. The government is able to stabilize the cedi to the dollar. The government has been able to stabilize to also reduce the rate that we are using at the port. I remember when the government came at the port in 2025, January 7th, at the port, custom were using 13 cedis in calculating duty. Dollar was probably around 14 cedis. Inflation was probably around 23 point something. If you look at fast forward, they've changed the narrative. Dollar has reduced. Dollar is more than 1.5 year. Dollar is less than 12 cedis to the dollar. More than 1 year at the port, custom is used instead of 13 cedis have gone to like 20-25, but it is still within the 12 cedis or 11 point something. And I said, government upon abolishing the e-levy, we went ahead to support government to implement the COVID and the the publican AI. And so in supporting government
I am expecting the minister to make mention of major road networks we have within the region, and one of them is the Bogoso-Prestia Road. You see, the Bogoso-Prestia Road has been on the table for a very long time. Each government that comes tells us that they are going to do, but at the end of the day, we hear nothing about it. So this year, we want to hear something about it. We want to hear that after the transport minister, the minister for highways, actually sacked the minister on the road. We want to hear the new development on that particular road. We also want to hear about the Takwa-Takoradi road. You know, Gabriel Kuto, after constructing the road, it became so bumpy, and they told us they were going to work on it. We want to see how the work has progressed so far. Now, we also want to see improvement in our health facilities within the region and all that. Agenda 111 in the Western region has been standstill for a while, though the previous government commissioned it without equipment and all that. We want to see the movement that has been done, or the plans that has been made for that particular one as well. And then in the mining communities, we have like Takwa and other Bogoso-Prestia, and then Daman. We want to see infrastructure development that is going on, especially the Daman to Cape Coast Road. We want to hear more about that particular road, and then we want to hear some investment in technical universities and the University of Mines and Technology. We want to see some more improvement. We want to see how what the government is going to do to make sure that the university goes to the next level where it is. We also want to see more development on the Takoradi interchange in the market circle. You know, because we went to this IMF and the whole things, there has been a lot of issues about it, and now the project has been standstill for a while. We want to see the move the government is making to make sure that the Takoradi market comes back to life. We want to see the interchange working. We want to see more work on the interchange so that Takoradi can be, the image of Takoradi can be uplifted.
Me, as a resident of Takoradi, I'm expecting that the government will make mention of the construction of the interchange, and in particular because during the campaign, presidents came around and promised those of us in Takoradi that the PTC interchange will be completed by his government. Secondly, the Takoradi market circle, which is yet to be completed, I'm expecting that the minister will indicate when the projects will be completed. If there's any allocation that needs to be made, I'm expecting to hear the amounts that is meant to be paid to the contractor. So the interchange and the market circle, I'm expecting them to instate this in the budget, and when to be complete, they will be completed. Thank you.
So my expectations for this budget reading, especially when it comes to the Western region, it's the market circle, because the market women have been going for demonstrations and they've been asking for the completion since, I think, getting to 5 years now. And so I'm expecting that something will be done to ensure that the market is completed. And as also the interchange, I am praying that, and I'm expecting that something will be said about the interchange. And if there is any information or anything to be done to complete the interchange, that would be good. And also the big push, I'm also expecting that the government will say, or the finance minister will say something about that. So that's my expectation. Thank you.
The expectations of the media budget review, which will be presented to Parliament today, coming from the Western region and then from a mining community, I would expect something on the mining sector, and especially with the roads in the Western region, because most of the roads in the Western region is nothing to write home about. So I would be expecting to hear something about that. And then also with water and environmental issues, water, there's been some water scarcity, especially in the Western region because of the illegal mining. And then with also employment, Western region, or let's say Takwa, it's a hub for mining. And when we talk about Sekondi Takoradi, we have the oil, and some way or the other, it's referred to as the oil city. But what accounts for it? There are no employment. The railway sector is also another issue that we can't also talk about. So I would be particularly expecting to hear something about employment or an avenue for employment for the Western region, and then the roads in particular. It's nothing to write home about. Yes, so some of these things I would be expecting to hear in the media budget review.
I'm funny say, me the dia ma me de. A free be 6 months as buy ya. Or ye twice with the media business and the first na nema mu den. Ukodwom ka untimi ntɔhwe by nanu ukuta sika na ukodwom a nema bo aba fom anwa emu bibia bo aba fom ba me madwuma we so ameye no season salad ise ne bo ayeden ene ye kuyafo na edo nte na season tam we de ne bo den ba nema nketenkete ntosi bo den cabbage bo den ene ntimi ntɔ cabbage ntimi ntɔhwe ba na ye ko de say ba ti tomatoes ne ho ne ma de ne de efo abi ko doma de open na woto na ne de sa ha bioma osunya hanam a me pese omoye ma ye efiri main station road yi kofa number 2 so me na wo honom no honom nya kura kwa ni nyina tutu ti wana nka mesra aban ne se wonya maye woni die na maso mo man so mo hwedwa wo honom no wo so mo no mo kasa sauce fo na mo agi sauce wo kwan no honom no do mo ye no emboa ye omo de nema begu kwam kas nya kwan mfa ukokan so obedi watam ntime de mesra omo se omo nsra omo no omo pia nema no nko akire na sa kwan na omo mane ndam maye because unam horom na sa wanim ba obehu na praga abo wato atwena na ka bia abo wato atwena because of say nema na omo de ba kwan mu no emboa ye sinya de ha me pa na number 2 kwan no efiri akoka abrodom road no so honom no kwan de nya kura nye ti esra ban ne se eno nso onka ye wom no nya ma sa kwan na nya me pa de on pese obeka no kura no onka no nema de ofom ukodwom ade opebia obetimi ato ena me ka se nema edua na afuom no ende ye nsuo wata ma de ba na ye wata ma nso ane boye den samre de
ya sisa ne ba kwete etan ko bunu ko fam kakra mayan na sisa de ye bu go so go no wonto nti ye pede ama bunu ko fam mayan
Masika 24 hours of market no be nti ye de nya bi wa sabi ha ya ha no mo nya bi wa ha ma nti ye nya bi obaba ha kina ya de se de betu na nima because nti o ta ye bre ambre de is million ya ta se ya na se nti ye sre no o ma ye bi ma ye eno a na ye hwehwe firi o ya ma ya ye betu ma na wa nya ma ye de ye ncho ma no market ya so wa ma ye ama ya ncho ma because ye tie atechema na proper ye na se nyame adomo de mo ba be kum nti se 24 hours economy so be market na ma ye de na onye no so onye fa ma ye be da se
kan de nka ato force oye man kesi market na sesi ya edu enyim na wo chere de sesi ya wontu for market no fa ma ha no emi mususu bibi de still man kesi market no ye botumi ayem wa yeye osane wa asase bi da oye asabi a ya to wo mudi asabi ye botumi de ye botumi aba na engineers ye botumi aba abosovia na we hu de ye botumi ya be 3 or 4 store buildings a ye be asin open ye da ma oye nkwasefo no wo hon idziba asem na ye so no nzama ho yetumi ahyehyɛ to extend there obebia ekɔ bibia do a salepe bibia ekɔdam sɛ pedo abenya lepewe ya ekɔdam sɛ pedo abenya epi ekɔdam sɛ pedo abenya through that no yebotumi yegya na efinye no old market no yetumi na yeji dam na de ho akɔ asabi na ya ahwekwan de yebotumi esese old market mama ngese market na oye here present ne mo de kwa de nko obeye 24-hour economy no nka yetumi na je na de ya de market no nanka yakande endi saban anade John Mama na buildo do kan do be ya ma oye fansema oye market no ka waye yenwa
Hello there, good afternoon. Welcome to the program here on Metro TV. And as you know, today is the 23rd of July, 2026, and we're here to talk about the mid-year budget review as we're expecting the Finance Minister, Dr. Cassio Ato Forson, to be in Parliament to give an update on what government has been able to do in the past 6 months in terms of the economy and also some expectations from that. So welcome to the program. We're on here to bring you the live session of that from Parliament when Dr. Cassio Ato Forson gets there. But in studio, we'll be having a number of conversations with our guest here, and some will be joining us via Zoom on this particular conversation. As always, the conversation has been about the economy and how the ordinary Ghanaian is feeling whatever that is going on in the economic system. You know that for this particular government, it's been about reset and transformation for this government, for this year's budget reading that took place earlier, where there were key things that were mentioned in the budget by Dr. Cassio Ato Forson. Would interrogate that to see if we've done well with that in the past 6 months and what could change with that. We understand that there are not going to be any new taxes being put out there, but there's going to be a conversation about tightening the leakages and also widening the tax net and all of that. So we'll get into all of that conversation here on the program. My name is Desmond Okreku. Many thanks for joining us. We're live on Facebook, Metro TV Ghana, also on DSTV channel 277. We're live on there. On YouTube, we're live on there also. Earlier, we brought to you some videos about the mid-year budget. We've been looking at that from the start of the week. You had there Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, who is ranking member of the Economy and Development Committee in Parliament and Member of Parliament for Ofasia Yorubi. Yesterday, when the NPP held the press, he was the one who addressed the press. Well, he says that government has not done enough. You know, he says that this is the weakest implementation of an economic policy in the first quarter since 2017. He again says that, I mean, the economy is doing well not because of any proper policy implementation by the government. He says it is due to how gold is faring on the world market, and that is how we're doing well in terms of the economy and all the inroads that we've been able to make there. From the majority, they're saying that this is what they promised the people, recovery and transformation, and so that is what they are doing. Dr. Stephen Amma, former Deputy Minister for Finance, MP for Inshire. So yesterday when we spoke to him on Good Afternoon Ghana, also mentioned that, well, the Finance Minister has been good. Some of the things that we are seeing today actually are from the era of the past government, and that is when the things began, you know, in terms of the economy settling, especially after the COVID era and all of that, when they went out of government and then the NDC took over, and so he's done well, but he believes that there's more that could be done about the economy from the quarters of the Finance Minister. We're going to be looking at Ghana's debt. We'll look at how much has been spent so far and all of that. So this is what the conversation will be like on the program. So stay with us till the very end. And of course, we have our reporters in Parliament to share with us what's happening in there even before the Finance Minister gets in there. So Kofi Otuo-Queen will be joining us to share with us what is happening in Parliament, also together with Ekosi Chisaki and the team there. Before I introduce my guest here in studio to you, let's take a look at some highlights from the budget as was read by the Finance Minister a few months ago, and then we'll get into the conversation. So you see that on the screen in a bit. But let me also add that for the budget and what was read a few months ago, there are some pointers that I want to take from that, and then we can begin with the conversation, especially looking at the bit of the gold prices on the world market and how Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah says that that is why we are doing well economically. So let me just get to some of the highlights. So in November 2025, that was on 13 November, when the 2026 budget was presented in Parliament. Some of the things, of course, the theme was resetting for growth, jobs and economic transformation, and the budget focused on economic recovery and transformation, as I mentioned. But key amongst them was looking at the macroeconomic stability of the economy, looking at the VAT reforms. Remember that at the beginning of the year, that was when there was an overhaul and a new VAT regime began, and a broader opening for tax in terms of the reforms and how we're going to make money as a country. And key amongst them, job creation. In fact, every government that comes to power talks about job creation, and that is an important part of the economy that we need to talk about. And more importantly, when the government talks about the 24-hour economy and what they've seen a few days ago actually, we saw the Secretariat releasing what has been done so far after Kojo Oponkroma questioned that in Parliament that they have spent so much money. And when we really see that, that's a major part of the government's policy for the country. We'll get into that conversation. Also, let's take a look at some highlights from the budget that was read on the 13th of November 2025 by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kwasi Ato-Forson. Right, so the highlights, the macroeconomic targets and outlook. So a projected GDP growth about 4.8% in 2026. In fact, when we begin the conversations, we'll go through the growth of all the major indicators as we see currently. So you see fiscal deficit target around 4.0% of GDP, primary surplus about 1.0% of GDP, inflation expected to remain within the 8% target band. Now, for fiscal discipline and economic recovery, government highlighted that there's going to be the restoration of fiscal discipline. Inflation will reduce significantly. The city will be stabilized and, of course, improving investor confidence. That was also part of the highlights from the 2026 budget, as you see on the screen, in terms of fiscal discipline there and job creation and growth strategy. This is what a lot of Ghanaians are talking about, that they want to see the job creation indicators from the government. So strong focus on job creation, a lot of them through the 24-hour economy, productivity improvement, economic expansion, and investment in several other sectors there. Those were highlighted in the budget also. Debt sustainability and the IMF program. Now, this one, continued commitment to debt restructuring and sustainability, fiscal consolidation under the IMF program, and then on the medium term, you see that also there. So maintaining stable debt levels and improve government's credit worthiness. For the debts in the past 3 days, we've seen the number in terms of the country's debt currently, and key policy priorities. Government outlined core macroeconomic priorities to maintain economic stability, sustain growth momentum, ensure debt sustainability, and deliver inclusive prosperity. Now, this to rake in money for the government, revenue and tax direction, of course, tax reforms, simplification of the VAT system. In fact, as the new one came in, we've had a lot of conversations about that, and also improved domestic revenue mobilization. Right, so those are some highlights from the 2026 budget as was read by the Finance Minister in November 2025. So we're getting to the conversation now. Richmond Maunyakpa is a finance and economic policy analyst joining me in studio. Later would have the Executive Secretary at the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana, Samson Asakia Wingobet, join us. And you know that in the past month, they have been very vocal about what's happening at the ports. We'll talk about that and the impact. And then later we'd have Roy Godwinson, his manager, tax and regulatory, Adilo Ghana, also join us for this conversation and other conversations that will come up via Zoom on the program. Richmond, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Desmond.
Yes, first time with you, but of course, offset. We've been having our conversations about how it's been. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we'll put a number also on the screen so you can share with us what your thoughts on what we'll discuss here. Now, Ghana's economy, I've given a rundown of what the Finance Minister mentioned to us in 2025 when he read out the 2026 budget. Now, 6 months on with that, these are for now the key indicators when it comes to the country's economy. Now, inflation is hovering around 5.3%. That's the latest figure displayed by the Bank of Ghana. The policy rate 14.0%. Inflation targets, as I read earlier, are supposed to be within the 8% range. And the city has also one that's come up, has been stable. Foreign reserves building up strongly. That's also another part. And the country building up its buffer and all of that. That's also been very important. And interest rates significantly lower than during the height of the economic crisis, as we see private sector credit is also expanding. But of course, conversations yesterday after the MPC meeting, the conversations about support for local businesses, the banks helping out businesses here in the country. It's not been too good with that, but we'll get into that conversation. So Richmond, the government told us in 2025 that 2026 is resetting, transformation, recovery, all of that. Would you say that you've seen that?
Once again, good afternoon, Desmond, and thank you for having me. A very good afternoon to our cherished viewers. I think that the mid-year budget review is coming at a critical point whereby the Ghanaian economy is stabilizing the macroeconomic gains that we've seen. And then we are looking forward to support the growth that we've achieved and then restore the investor confidence that we had. And then most importantly, we want to seek the consolidation of growth for Ghanaian and local industries, promoting the 24-hour economy. Before I go to your question, I think it is public knowledge that the 2026 fiscal year is not the worst economic year that we had. The worst economic year that we've all experienced in this country is the year 2022. That was the year that we saw inflation rising to about 54.1%. We lost access to the capital markets. We had fuel costs, transportation, food inflation, non-food inflation. Our economy came to a halt. We couldn't service our public debts. We had to do a domestic debt exchange program. So come on.
But that was after a major crisis.
Exactly.
That
so if we had this period from 2017, and then in 2026, we don't have any of this. Rather, the macroeconomic indicators that we have now shows that inflation has moved from about 23.8% to a minimum lowest of about 3%, rising from there to about 5.3%, even meeting the target of plus minus 2.8% of the Bank of Ghana's target. We look at the policy rates that you've spoken about. Policy rate has been around 28%. Policy rate today is around 14%. Policy rate deals with the influencing of how commercial banks loan monies to household and to businesses. So if policy rate at 28% was there, and then it has reduced from 28 to about 17% and now to about 14%. Look at other economic indicators like the exchange rates. Today, the exchange rate is less than 11 cedis, 10.45. I think the current is around 11.5 to a dollar.
Okay.
When at a time we had inflation rate about 14 cedis to a dollar, rising in the informal forex markets about 17 cedis. You look at our trade surplus, our trade balance, and other economic indicators, you will see that the mid-year budget review is going to compound and propound the policies of fiscal discipline, because we believe from our point of view that the managers of the economy have done well and need to be applauded. Why do I say so? I say so because as at now, if you look at our debt to GDP, our public debt to our gross domestic product, which is the total monetary value of all the goods and services that we have in the economy, it's less than 50%, it's around 45%. Previously, we had our debt, public debt to GDP, over 82%, which was unsustainable. But here we are today celebrating less than 45.5%, and then we have now gained access to the international capital market. It means we have access for more funding. We've seen a period where we had to go for an IMF bailout of about $3 billion. We had gone through that hard time, gone through the policy with them. We have executed and exited the policy and transitioned into a policy coordinating instrument whereby we don't even need financing from the IMF anymore. We have now left that stage where we are not going to monitor policy.
Right.
What this brings to our economy is confidence, investor confidence, foreign direct investment into our economy. Because now those who are looking at the Ghanaian economy trying to bring their investment into our cocoa sector, our oil sector, and our goods sector, these major commodities that we trade against other commodities in the international market, people who are going to look at, investors who are going to look at our economy will see that no, there has been a change. The economy has left from recovery to stability and now pushing towards growth. So I think and I believe that the mid-year budget review, it's going to happen today, and it's going to propound on the policies of fiscal discipline, because I think that is what has brought us to where we are today.
I know as a financial analyst, that's one of the points where you would talk about the fiscal discipline. There's been a lot of talk about the previous government and a lot of the decisions that were not too good, for the country. But again, and it's now a cliche question, right? For people who are watching us, we talk about all of these numbers. They look good on paper. The greater question is the trotro driver feeling that? Because when you step out there and you saw the videos that we played, the people talking about it that, well, the numbers, one can't say numbers, no, okay, BBI also come out. So you're able to know, you're not seeing it. Well, mind you, electricity tariffs up, light, water, also up, and a number of things. So how do we really draw that link to juxtapose the economic indicators and how good they are looking on paper to what the ordinary Ghanaian is feeling at home?
I think I would agree with you. I would also say that the macroeconomic gains that we've had, the sustainability, and the stability that we've achieved is not a destination. It's not only the foundation that we are building. What we are building, or ultimately the true success of the macroeconomic gains that we've had, is when it reflects in the costs of the daily foods that we buy in the markets. When you are picking trotro from your homes to work, how much do you pay for your transport? So it gets to that point. We can only say that we are at the foundation level, and then that is the destination. However, if in the international markets, the costs of commodities are high, just recently we had the US-Iran war. We saw how the cost of crude oil on the markets went to about $120 per barrel. But you saw how government ensured that we had shock absorbers from the central bank all the way to the fiscal manager's side, whereby we saw that some taxes were temporarily suspended, and then the cost of fuel did not skyrocket as many analysts predicted. Because if you look at our neighboring countries like Nigeria and then Kenya and co, you realize that our shock absorbers worked in our favor. So in as much as the cost of the barrels were increasing, we had other commodities that we trade. Our economy is not based on a single commodity. If we are losing money from the oil commodity, we are making more revenue from the goods side. We are making more revenue from the cocoa side. And Ghana, our economy is built on agriculture. See, recently that the introduction of the Ghana Gold Board, raking in about $10 billion US. How much did we go to the IMF for? We went to the IMF for about $3 billion United States dollars. The Ghana Gold Board, from the framers of our budget. What is our budget? Budget basically says the revenues that we expect to get, and then how we intend to spend it. So if we expect to get a certain level of financing, we have our local financing through the Treasury bill. And then one good thing that has restored investor confidence in our economy is the Ghana Stock Exchange. Casapreco listed just a few weeks ago, and then we oversubscribed. It means that Ghanaians are now believing that our economy is working. Now, back to how the exchange rate is reflecting in the daily lives of Ghanaians.
And just to add that, for this minister, Dr. Kessler Tuforson, his focus has been on the macro economic bit or the macroeconomy. So looking at the system as a whole, and then hoping that if the macro goes well, then it transcends into
the macro. But we're seeing the foundation for the whole economy. That's what I'm talking about. Our trade balance, our international reserves. As of today, we have about 5.7 months of import cover.
Okay.
It means that even if the dollar goes as much as 50 cedis today, government has enough shock absorbers to guard our economy.
Okay.
We didn't have that in 2022. But in 2026, we have learned from those lessons. Now, if a businessman who trades his commodity and then imports, our economy is more of an import-driven economy, import-dependent economy. And then he's importing, let's say, $1 million value of commodity, say, mattresses or rice. Let's use rice. Rice is an everyday commodity. In 2024, he will be spending about 1.4 million Ghana cedis. And that is the interbank rate of the Bank of Ghana. If you go to the Forex Bureau, you might have gotten around 16 cedis to 17 cedis. But let's use the interbank rate since that's the official rate. You would have been spending about 1.4 million Ghana cedis to import $1 million value of rice. But then you come to 2026, based on the gains that the fiscal managers have achieved, you won't be spending about 1.4 Ghana cedis, 1.4 million Ghana cedis. You will spend around 1.15 million Ghana cedis. That is a savings of about 300,000 cedis. That 300,000 cedis is going to reflect in his books. It's going to reduce the cost of his business.
Right.
It's going to reflect in how much he sells that commodity. So how much he sells the commodity that he bought at 1.4 million, it's not going to be the same as how much he bought the same commodity at 1.15 million Ghana cedis. So isn't that going to reflect in the everyday prices that we've seen in the market? If we talk about cooking oil, just recently cooking oil was going for about 1,000 cedis. We saw how it has reduced from about 1,000 cedis to about 400 cedis. We talk about baskets of tomatoes, pepper. It is gradually coming into the everyday lives of Ghanaians. Now, the problem that we are having is not only using the macroeconomic indicators to gauge our gains. I think that government needs to do more of education.
Okay.
Government needs to do more of visiting our markets to ensure that we move from this free market economy. Let's have a mixed market economy whereby those who decide the prices. Recently, there are conversations around having a national pricing regulatory authority because everybody stands up and determines how much he or she sells a commodity or a product.
Yes.
With nobody saying anything.
Right.
And recently, I think the public transport owners, it had to take national security operatives to go around the pickup stations to discipline some of them. They've increased the prices.
They just want to do that.
Exactly.
So this what you're saying is indeed part of what Dr. Stephen Amos said on the floor of Parliament, that we need to have a conversation about this, about the free market. As you mentioned, the indicators would look good. But if you get onto the market, and it brings to mind what Dr. Kessia Tuforsen did when he was about to read his first budget. He went to the market to understand what the women were going through. If there's an increase in price, in transportation, all of that, we feel that. But when there's a reduction of a sort, we never have that.
Exactly.
And so the ordinary Ghanaian will say that, well, you're talking about it on paper, but I'm not seeing it, because when I go to the market, it is still high. So that is where maybe we need to find some ways to make that work, for us. Or else the government will say they're doing well, and then we'll also begin saying that we're not seeing the effects thereof.
If it happens that way, somebody is benefiting the difference.
Yes.
And because the person is benefiting financially, he or she will do whatever it takes to protect his gains.
Yeah.
So I think government would have to step in with measures to ensure that once the macroeconomic indicators are going well, it reflects in the daily lives of all households, in the daily lives of businesses. Because if businesses are taking products, commodities, or contracts at a lesser price relating to the major trading currencies exchange rates, it should reflect in what we do daily. If fuel prices are reducing, why is it that whenever we have fuel prices reducing, the costs of picking trotro from one point to another point does not reduce?
It never goes
but
down.
If the prices increases today,
yes,
I can assure you by evening, the prices it will reflect. So I think it's something that government needs to look at and then pay attention to it, introduce measures to ensure that we find a leveling ground. And I think what the doctor said is right. You shouldn't just allow this to be a free economy. When you go to our neighboring countries like Togo, you don't do what you like. There are times that it's been alleged that people's shops have been closed just because they've become too greedy with their prices. You close your shop down.
Yeah.
And then I think somewhere in His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings' administration,
many years ago,
we've equally heard things like that people's businesses were closed down because they were charging too much or they were hoarding goods. So we need to equally look at this and ensure that the gains that we are having or the gains that the fiscal managers of our economy are achieving reflects directly in the lives of the Ghanaian people, the ordinary Ghanaian people. Thank you.
Right. If you just tune in, Richmond Apart there, helping us analyze some of the things that were mentioned from the 2026 budget. Samson Asaka Wingobet will join us very soon. He's the Executive Secretary of the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana, and also we'll get to Parliament in a bit. But let's get on to Zoom and speak to Roy. He is joining us via Zoom on this conversation we're having here. So Roy Godwinson is Manager Tax and Regulatory at Deloitte Ghana. Roy, thank you so much for your time here on our build-up to the media budget review presented by the Minister. The budget that was ready in 2025, the 2026 budget, is sought to overhaul. In fact, it has actually overhauled the VAT system in terms of tax, also broadening it, but also tightening leakages and all of that. Have you seen that happening in the past 6 months?
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. So yes, from the perspective of practice, I would say we have seen quite significant improvements, especially in the tax system, from administration through to compliance. Like you did mention, the 2026 budget came with a complete overhaul of the VAT system. What that meant for business was there was a new VAT legislation that was enacted and came into force effective January 1 this year. That's together with the scrapping of the levies, the COVID fund, and coupling of the levies into VAT. What that has brought is that the effective rate of VAT reduced from 21.9 to now 20%, bringing some relief to businesses. So in a nutshell, together with other measures that were introduced in the 2026 budget, the general business landscape has seen some reprieve by way of tax expense, and so far so good. Hopefully, the review that would be done today, taking us into the next 6 months until the 2027 budget is read, would bring additional clarity and certainty into the overall tax system.
There's always been a call for the broadening of the tax system, and that includes getting the informal sector properly into the base so we can also make some money from them. This government promised that to tighten those spaces and keep them very tight so we do not lose so much in terms of taxes from the informal sector. Has it been done well? How can we properly implement that also?
So we've seen some traction on that front by way of legislation and even some activities on the part of the administration, the tax administration, GRA that is. So the modified taxation scheme or regime is something that the GRA has actively been working on, trying to bring to the market, and the intent of that is to, capture everybody, especially those in the micro, small, and medium enterprise scale into the tax net, simplifying the tax processes, consolidating, the compliance requirements, into very simple processes and frameworks that, you know, businesses in the micro and small space can comply with without, you know, any additional complexity. So some work has been done on that front. Perhaps the minister would give us a flavor of how that has worked out by way of increasing, you know, overall tax revenue for the government. But yes, some actual work has been done on that front.
No, there was a lot of excitement over the repealing of the e-levy. But of course, for the minority, they say that as it's been taken off, the taxes that have been placed in some other places where eventually the government will pay those things off. But do you believe that the taxes that were introduced and those that were taken away, they've been relevant to the past 6 months of our economy?
So overall, for businesses and the tax-paying public, anything that will bring some reprieve is always welcome news. And what happens is every administration has its own way of approaching, you know, tax administration. So the set of tools that one administration may use or may want to use, fiscal tools, that is, so tax handles, whether there should be e-levy, whether there should not be e-levy, those tools differ from administration to administration. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach. So it's okay to always, you know, have the conversation around whether the current administration has deployed the right mix of fiscal tools to help mobilize, you know, as much domestic revenue to meet, you know, expenditure as possible. On that front, you know, the fiscal tools coupled with the monetary policies that have been deployed seems to be working. We are mobilizing, and government is still able to meet, you know, recurring and capital expenditure with very little borrowing, external borrowing, that is. So on that front, generally.
Okay, right. I thought you were continuing there, but looking at the market, one of the biggest spare parts dealers, they always talking about, you know, the taxes and thereof, and then they push it over to customers, and even at the ports also there have been lots of you know, agitations regarding a few things that were introduced there. And Samson, now we go back to join us in a bit in terms of taxes and in terms of all of those things that we need at the port in terms of revenue. If there is anything that has to change, do you think for the past 6 months there's anything that has to change in terms of our taxes, anything like that?
Well, the system as we are currently operating can always be improved upon. A lot of work has gone in over the years, over the last 6 months. But as you would agree, there always is room for improvement of any system. So you will note, especially with respect to import-related taxes, which is administered by the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. A recent significant feature that was introduced was the introduction of the Publican AI system to help with classification and valuation of imports. The rollout of that, again, just like any other change that is implemented in any system, would have teething issues, would have some hesitation on the part of those going to impact. But overall, from where I sit, I see the Revenue Administration has put in a lot of effort to address all of those concerns. So the preliminary numbers coming out of the Ghana Revenue Authority with respect to the introduction of the Publican AI system seems to suggest that it's having some overall net positive impact on revenue mobilization, especially at the port. So that is welcome, especially for, you know, the drive we are on to achieve tax to GDP in the region of 18 to 20% of GDP in the medium term.
And so the collection that we're doing, is it sufficient for the economic needs of the country?
Sufficient is always debatable. I think we still run a deficit budget, so we are always in a position where more is better for us, right? The more we are able to mobilize from the domestic economy, the better it is for us. And I believe that's the drive that especially the Ministry of Finance, together with the tax policy unit and the Ghana Revenue Authority, that's the drive they've been on recently, just to help bring everyone in, like you said at the outset, increase the tax base, the tax net, rope in all taxable transactions, all taxable persons, mobilize as much as possible to meet, recurring and capital expenditure of the central government.
Right, Roy, you'd hold on for me. Let's get back into that. I'll come back to you in a bit. And Richmond, so really, listening to what Roy says, it looks like a positive outlook in terms of the taxes, in terms of how much we've generated. But every time the conversation is so much money that we make from taxes, where does it go to in terms of expenditure? Where do we see them?
So we have some critical sectors of the economy, agriculture sector, the roads and infrastructure sector, the education sector, the health sector, the transport sector. So all these critical sectors of the economy take in the revenues that we collect. Some go into capital expenditure, say the big push, the 30 billion Ghana cedis.
I mean, for this government, that could be one of the things we're seeing.
Yes, and then that's the fundamental policy that every government needs to take serious. I think we've seen a government that equally tried to do the same. They had the year of roads. When you are building an economy and then you don't have networking, road networks, railway networks, and then the vehicle using road networks, it's going to be very difficult for you to accelerate your economy, to even think about stimulating it for prosperity. And that is one of the things that this government has promised Ghanaians, prosperity. Now, we are looking at how the macroeconomic indicators are reflecting from the tax administration. Now, you could see that there has been a new introduction of VAT, the value added tax. Just as Roy said, has been reduced from 20.9 to about 20%. That is now going to put a little room for businesses from the mining sector especially, because I think the recognizants and then the prospecting miners are the ones who are enjoying most from that side. Now, what have you? We've seen that there is introduction of digitization into tax collection. There is the introduction of
I'll get back to Roy.
Artificial intelligence into tax collection. So before we look at where the monies are going, we need to also look at how is the money coming in. The money is coming in. How is it coming in? Are we introducing new taxes, or are we looking at the current taxes that we've had and then how we are managing them? Now, what have you? You could say that this government has abolished about 4 taxes. They abolished the emission tax, they abolished the e-levy, and then the 10% on the winnings of betting, the betting tax, and then one other tax. So there's revenue, a revenue that was coming from there will stop coming. How are they going to get revenue to replace that? That's also another question that would also have to answer. But then, what I keep saying is, if the managers of our fiscal phase are disciplined and don't spend money that they don't have, they will not have any problem. And that is what the finance minister has been able to achieve. He has made sure that he has put the brakes on unnecessary expenditure. Because if we are critically looking at how our inflation is being guarded, or the rates at which our inflation is going up or is declining, then we equally have to look at how we are spending. Now, the informal sector are not paying taxes. So we need to widen the tax net. We already have taxes passed by law in place. We need to get more people paying those taxes. I learned the Ghana Revenue Authority is introducing an electronic VAT collection system also for businesses. If everybody is paying tax, and then the Ghanaian people are saying that the taxes are being put to good use, trust me, it will be very easy for us to pay tax. The corporate taxes that people pay, the non-tax revenue that government generates, the tax that they generate from royalties and co.
Right.
All this are supporting the economy. Now that we have generated about 264 billion in our revenue, where is the money going?
Okay, that's a question I'm going to ask
Sure.
Roy. But Roy, so let me just go through some of the taxes that were abolished or removed, and as government did that, it also sought to that is to adjust or increase some of the other taxes and levies. And for this part, it always comes back, of course, for the political conversations. So the e-levy, 1% was abolished, 10% betting tax, that was also abolished. Emissions levy abolished. VAT on motor vehicle insurance was removed. 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed good bought from small-scale miners abolished. COVID-19 health levy was abolished as part of the reforms. And of course, the major VAT reliefs that also came with the new VAT system. And once that were increased or adjusted, growth and sustainability levy on mining companies increased from 1% to 3% of gross production. VAT reforms, government restructured the system, as we had talked about. Special import levy, that's also to be extended to 2028. And also the energy sector levies, where government proposed consolidating some energy levies, including the energy debt recovery levy, the energy sector recovery levy, and sanitation pollution levy, and all of that. So we're seeing the ones that were abolished or removed, and the adjustments and the increases. Did it work? Did it work for us?
Yeah. So whether it worked or not, we are going to get the numbers today when the minister presents the media review.
Okay.
But I guess generally my comment on this would be the rationalization of the tax system is very important in achieving, domestic revenue targets.
Okay.
Like I did mention, what will constitute the optimal mix of fiscal tools that an administration would want to use to mobilize domestic revenue is one that is a policy decision, right? So it may be the policy of one administration to use a certain set of tools, including e-levies, including VAT on motor vehicles, including all of those other taxes, 1.5% withholding tax on, gold proceeds, and all of those. Another administration may look at it differently and say, okay, let's rationalize the set of tools that we have, the set of fiscal tools, which are the tax legislations that we go to market with. Let's rationalize it, bring it to an optimal, level by removing some. And instead of that, to make up for the potential drop in tax revenue, we are going to improve on compliance and enforcement. So if you recall, going back to the 2026 budget, the minister did make it clear that the strategy was, a two-pronged approach, not only to remove taxes, but it was to remove taxes, and he did acknowledge somewhere in his commentary that removal of those taxes obviously would result in a drop, nominally in the revenue that will be generated, because it's revenue forgone. E-levy was removed, that's revenue forgone. Now, to make up for the revenue forgone, the minister did indicate that they were going to retool the administration system, the tax administration system, to enforce the existing laws and to improve generally on compliance. Now, that qualitative aspect should not be downplayed. The importance of enforcement and compliance, especially voluntary compliance on the part of businesses and the taxpaying community, is important, because if you do not build the culture of voluntary compliance amongst the populace, what it means is the tax authority will need to expend Ghana cedis to go look for those tax-paying, people to collect the taxes from them. Now, if you build the culture of voluntary compliance, the person now willingly sends you the tax because they've created an online platform to ease compliance. So it's a two-pronged approach, and I think the conversation always tends to slightly focus on what has been removed, what has been abolished, and the revenue forgone. But equally important are the measures that the ministry, together with the GRA, have taken within the last, 6 months to 1 year since 2025 to improve on compliance. And how are they doing that? You would have noticed that they've stepped up in public engagement. Almost every other day, you will see a GRA person offering tax education on, either their social media handles or through traditional media. They are engaging more with the business community, and they've just, made it very simple and less complex for, businesses to comply with the tax law. So all of this come together in a whole fashion to improve on the amount of tax revenue, domestic tax revenue that we are able to generate from the economy. And it's very important that we highlight this point.
Okay, right. And in terms of trying to tighten up compliance, the digitalization bit comes in, and of course the use of AI and all of that. For the public, we talked about a lot of agitations about that. But how good would this digitalization bit of raking or taking our taxes help the government?
Well, the prospects for digitalizing the end-to-end tax administration system cannot be overemphasized. So the kind of system we have, when you review the entire system from enactment of the tax legislations to the Revenue Administration Authority, bringing it to the business community to implement them, assess taxes, collect those taxes, the ones that are not able to be collected, go into debt, how those enforcement actions are taken, and all of that. Digitalizing some of those business processes would bring efficiency into the administration system. That cannot be overemphasized. Now, more importantly, the digital journey that the Revenue Administration has been on for the last couple of years, I believe sometime 2021, when they introduced, a digital platform where taxpayers and businesses can, without visiting a local tax office, file their returns, make payments, and all of that, has brought some, level of certainty to taxpayers. It has reduced the human intervention in the system, and by that, I'm sure you appreciate what I mean. Right. So the more the human intervention in, the compliance systems, the potentially high likelihood of somebody compromising the system. So carefully reviewing these business processes and digitalizing very important aspects of it to reduce the human intervention increases the revenue assurance that ultimately the GRA will be looking for. So the journey, the digitalization journey the Revenue Administration has been on, in my view, has very great prospects and potentially could help them achieve the tax to GDP ratio that they are targeting in the medium term.
Do you believe that the economy has been good enough to help people get on to pay their taxes? Because before people pay up taxes, they're thinking about, well, do I have enough money to do that? Sometimes that's what inhibits people from paying their taxes. Has the economy helped with that people want to pay their taxes because they have monies in their pockets, their businesses are doing well?
Okay, well, generally, for the macroeconomic indicators are out there for this debate to be had within the right context. So again, deferring to the the relevant macroeconomic indicators that I would say affect the everyday person. Inflation would be one, cost of borrowing would be another. Inflation, thankfully, has been kept within the lower end of single digits, 4.55. I believe it's hovering around 5 to 5.5 today. MPC, the Monetary Policy Committee, also kept the rates constant at, I believe, 14 from the recent meeting. So these are two very key indicators that affect our daily lives as citizens. So the question here is, if inflation has been kept at bay, if I'm allowed to put it that way, what it means is the purchasing power of the cedi in our pockets improves significantly, right? So the 1 cedi that hitherto would have gotten me, say, half a loaf of bread, today, comparatively, would get me something slightly bigger than half a loaf, right? Okay. So from that point of view, we can say that comparatively, the economic situation has improved, judging by the macroeconomic indicators that is published, by the central government. How that translates into tax compliance is another discussion we can have.
Because like as I mentioned, if I wake up in the morning and my business is doing good, I wake up in the morning, I've got money in my pocket, I wouldn't even wait for the GRA to come and say you haven't paid your taxes. I wouldn't be angry that there's so many taxes when you get to the port. There's so many taxes on a lot of things. The hospitality space, a lot of things you see on there. We wouldn't be, we'll just go ahead and say, we are paying it. It's fine. So it's a very important one to note there, Roy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So maybe just to wrap up my thoughts on this. So generally, tax by its very nature, since Adam, is something that you will not get everybody in the community to voluntarily own up to pay.
Okay.
What that means is whether the economy is flourishing or not, there would always be that cohort of citizens who would not want to own up and pay their fair share. So perhaps what the revenue administration should focus on will be that category of citizens who, whether the interest rate is falling, whether cost of borrowing is falling, whether inflation is falling, purchasing power is improving, the category of people who would still want to, for some reason, stay outside the tax net, attention should be focused on them to, persuade them and bring them into the tax net, just so that we can all put our shoulders to the wheel.
Okay, Roy, please hold on. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Samson Awingobet will join us, the Executive Secretary for the Importers and Exporters Association, and then we can also get some reactions from Parliament with our correspondents there. So stay with us. This is our live coverage of the 2026 mid-year budget review. That in what's the time now? In a few minutes, in less than 30 minutes, we should be expecting the Finance Minister in Parliament to give us that. So stay with us here on the show. We'll be back shortly.
Finding my dream apartment in just 2 days was a breeze with 7terragh.com. Looking for your next home, the perfect piece of land, or the best commercial property for your business? Are you worried about sending money home for property and finding nothing when you return? Well, worry no more. 7terragh.com is just a platform to find prime lands, perfect properties, or vibrant real estate development at the click of a button. 7terragh.com is your go-to property listing platform platform that allows you to register, list, rent, buy or sell, and connect with correct agents. With our AI-powered smart search, personalized dashboards, verified agent connection, and interactive property maps, all your property needs have been made easier. Check us out on 7teragh.com or contact us on 0302-998-246 or 0561-032-252. 7teragh.com, powered by MNC Properties.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Samecha Sapapadia to a mammy mouthful. Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is silver bine, a man is swing, Nasasu Mama Hoto so a will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Avina. Oh, Abina.
Edi asema, menya oden. O tianti mu amanfo ada. O share me boss obeto phone na mame. Me phone na say dada. Menya oden.
Them was surprised man.
Ah, surprise ben.
Surprise.
Hey, Kofi papa. E phone o. iPhone 13. Nanya ne.
Ende, me fankofo bi mienu. Amu ko circle. Ene ba ko ne ka chena dan for hour. Ono odi ni Ghana card. E call EBA phone so a. O tua 40% pen e di ni phone man no a. Da aka no betu ane kakra. Timiti ya me drop na me so me call ho. Ana me kwanya wo phone de bre wo no.
Oh, Kofi papa me da se. I'm sure.
There we go good. Yes,
Wo EBA phones hadie, yeton iPhones ne ho akade nyina. Ye sanso de ma wholesale. Sa wo ye dealer na sa opedodo atua. Anase afi na wo hye iPhone business na sia. Braya se ye, hwehwe ye chiro kwan e wo Accra Circle Mall. Any Tiptoe Lane, modern photos in chain. American Monso, ye ni Odor Rice ene edi nhwenim. Kumase ye wedum ejekuma brunsan nim. Obetumi so hu ye e wo www.ebaphones.com. EBA Phones. No hassle cry.
This July, get ready for stories that will make your heart race. From love and passion to secrets and lies that can ruin everything. Catch the sizzling episodes of Sins and Roses at 4 p.m, Domenica Monteiro at 5 p.m, Be My Sunshine at 6 p.m, and Avenida Brazil at 7 p.m, Central African Time. Only on Novelas Plus, Channel 134 on GoTV.
Welcome back from the break. This is a live coverage of the 2026 Mid-Year Budget Review that will be presented in Parliament in a bit by the man behind me, Dr. Kezia Tufo-Sin, and I've been joined in here by the Executive Secretary of the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana, Samson Asaki Awingobet, and Richmond is still here, and Roy is still with us on Zoom. We've talked about the taxes from the budget that was read in November last year. We've talked about the economic indicators and how Ghanaians are, if Ghanaians really are feeling all of that on the paper, all the numbers that we're seeing. And for Awingobet, it will definitely be about his association and the bigger conversation about the economy and if it's been good so far from what the minister mentioned to us last year. Samson, welcome.
Thank you. That's
you are a friend.
You've already created a diabolic situation here in the studio. My brother, good to see you. Good to see you. It's good to see you. My name is Awin Govit. I wear two cap. You know, I wear two cap.
Well, okay, tell the viewers the other cap.
Oh, but you know, I wear two cap.
So tell them the other cap. Anyway, me, I give them one of the only one.
Viewers, good afternoon, and then those who would join on social media and others. It's nice to be here. This is always my home. The nature of the job, our job is that you have to voice out the concerns, the issues confronting the industry. Then policymakers, policy implementers look at it, and if they have to adjust it or minus it or plus it, then together at the end of the day, become a good policy to be implemented. And so that has been a job that I do as the Executive Secretary for Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana since 2014, that I established the institute in Tema. And so it's been nice. I think we're more than 11 years now, and we've not regretted for establishing that organization, because we did it to augment or the work of the Ghana CPES Authority. Because the CPES Authority, if you go globally, it is CPES Council, and it's private. It should be private entities that can hold government broadcast, so that anytime government want to bring policy that's to detriment to the business community, they will come stand firmly. But unfortunately, when we take our Ghana CPES Authority, they became an institution that the Transport Minister has oversight responsibility. And so, and most of these things, these decisions are taken at cabinet level, and the Transport Minister is a cabinet member, isn't it, my brother? And so, how can you come to fault your boss for taking a certain decision? So, we needed a third eye, and that was the reason why I pulled out to set up the Importers and Exporters Association. And I can tell you, so far, it has been fantastic. We call it a split, and we sailed through NDC Jomama first. We came to Akufo-Addo first, Akufo-Addo second, and Jomama second again. And they all feel the fire of Awin Govit. If you mention, they will tell you. If it's split, I'll tell you it's split. If it's white, it's white. So
you felt every economy,
yes,
and how it has been.
Absolutely.
We're talking about, of course, for JM in this year. It's almost a second year.
1.5 years.
Yeah, since he came in. After what many thought was a very chaotic economic situation we had under the previous government.
Yes.
When he came in at first, he went out, he spoke to lots of the market women to understand what it was.
Yes.
And then we sailed through the first one. And then in November, he gave us the 2026 budget.
Yeah.
It was more on targeting the economy in terms of transforming it and then making it stable.
Sure.
Would you say it has been stable for the past 6 months?
I will tell you, more than 1.5 years, there has been that positive reflection in the Ghanaian economy.
Okay, let me just say that Roy is still with us on Zoom, so I'll be getting to him also. He's still part of the conversation.
Roy, good afternoon. So the truth of the matter is that where I sit, I see policies before, fiscal policy being submitted at Parliament or being presented at Parliament. And I've seen when Ato Forson came as the Minister of Finance, his first maiden budget, which you said he went to the market. And it's true that I think if, apart from Kojo Baredu, who used to go to the port, go to meet stakeholders before he presented the statement, Ato Forson might be the first from Jomama 1 to Akufo-Addo 1, 2, and Jomama 2 to go to the market, speak to ordinary market women, citizens, before he comes to present the budget. And you see that most of the budget he presented, truly and truly, it corrected some of the things that we've been reaching the issue. One of the things was that when the government came on the 7th of January 2025, when Joma was taking the throne, at the port, the customs were using 13 cedis in calculating duty. That's one, you know about that. And if we were looking for dollar to buy, the dollar was running for $1, 14 cedis. You know about that.
Okay.
And inflation was about 23 point something. You remember about that? Good. Even at that time, if you want to make any sales in the morning, you have to ask, before Jomama came, you have to ask Alaji whether what's the dollar rate.
The dollar rate.
So when they came, they have to spend the injury budget, which Honorable Mohammed Amin Anta presented in 2024 November. Because other than that, the government that will come, the first 3 months, you will not have nothing to spend. So that was approved in Parliament. So when they presented it in 21st March, thereabout, I think 21st March, analysts, that's it.
Yes.
And by May, when they started implementing the budget, we saw that the dollar from 14 Ghana cedis to $1 came down to 10.2. And the custom rate came down from 13 cedis to 10.2. It ran straight away. It reduced the cost of duty that we were paying at the port. That is one major thing. It reduced the cost of duty. So people who were paying duty, let's say 400,000 or 300,000, because customers were using 13 cedis, it came down to 10.2 all the way to August. It was during the month of August 2025 where we put our monies into banks looking for forex and we're not getting. And we issued statement. Remember, I issued statement that they're auctioning our people goods without records to even publication or gazette. The custom issued a statement that no, the perishable cargo, they did not need to go through that recruitment. I said, fine. But we went to Bank of Ghana. And Bank of Ghana did their investigation. They realized, no, there were some institutions that are also doing trade with Ghana, trade partners, like Tap, Send, Pay, and Pay, Send, and others. They call it the hard currency from remittances. It should hit our bank in Ghana. And they kept it there and found a way to get cedi. So I think that at the time when the cedi went volatile against the dollar, they bought some few dollars, they got more cedis they kept in the account. So they can call your dollar in US and call your mother and say, oh, go to the bank and they'll pay you. Meanwhile, the hard currency did not get here. So the Bank of Ghana said, no. That was why they started revoking all these people, said they cannot do business with them. Then they started releasing the dollars to come. And I can tell you, as I said, till date, as we speak, dollar is not up to 13 cedis.
Yeah, I was checking it, 11.59.
As we speak, the cedi, the rate that customs are using at the port is not up to 13 cedis.
Okay.
1.5 years. So analyze the fact. Then the government went ahead to abolish e-levy. Mind you, there were, if you ask Zoomline, he will tell you, if you used to bring his goods and he's paying duties worth of, let's take it, 10 million Ghana cedis, 2 million Ghana cedis or more, he cannot carry that million Ghana cedis back to go and pay custom duty. He has to authorize his bank transfer. Remember, e-levy, this electronic payment to electronic payment, 1%, you can imagine how much was the money.
Yeah.
That was going. Then, apart from that, the COVID levy that they brought in.
That was on, yeah.
After COVID, we were charitable. Say, yes, we need to trade in institutions that has, what do you call it? Excuse me, long. That has healthy people. Or in a country that has nation that is healthy. So we said, okay, that is fine. But after COVID, when the same WHO that asked countries to take set decisions now says that no, COVID is gone, it's no more pandemic. So why is no pandemic again? All restrictions, including the executive days, what do you call it? There was some executive instrument that the president imposed on us. You cannot go restriction movement, that you remember?
Yeah.
It has to go off. Yet our country did not channel it. Even if they had said, okay, this COVID levy funds we're going to channel to Agenda 111 or to buy some drugs at Kolubu or whatever, when they say they were still collecting the money, and we asked them, why are we still collecting the money? So this government came, I think the 2026 budget, they abolished the COVID levy. And that was where when the government did all these things for us. And the government then said, okay, but I see volume. Even President Mama himself complained, you heard it, that I see volumes of business coming. I've done all this for business community, yet the revenue is not adding up. What is happening? There's shortfalls. So they said they'll bring AI, public AI. And I supported it. You remember I supported it?
Yes, I remember we had a very
instead of to bring me
conversation
instead of to bring me to studio here.
We had a conversation with Michael Chibefi on that. He was very
instead of you to bring me to studio here that day, so that I'll point to my friend who and I asked him.
Yes.
During your time, the rate was high, the ceiling went high, inflation went high, and you deceive us. And you deceive us, and I can say it without a of fear or favor. That he was going to, we should, you remember when the Guten went on strike?
Yes.
They promised us that they would give us flat rate. That's why I pointed in that. Were you able to give us a flat rate?
It didn't happen. So basically,
he did not give another, it didn't happen. He could not deliver. That's not about things. So business suffered, business sophisticated during the MPP 8 years. I'm telling you, to the extent that plenty of people had one, including headcount and other things. You know how many, the detriment that Ghanaian business went through? To the extent that you get to market in the morning, you have to they have to allow you to know what is the rate today before you can price your goods. That's why At that time, Ghanaians would go to the market to say, it is increased by 2 cedis. 1 week later, when we go back, it is increased by 5 cedis. That was how it was. The center cannot hold at the time. So I was so shocked when he was here to tell me that, oh, you are good. I know you to be very principled. They bribe you, they influence us. No, nobody. I speak as it is. And that's the antecedent I'm putting to you. So I can tell you, till date, business people can predict. Business people can make projections.
And for you, that's the most important thing.
Business people can plan. You will not be sleeping and your heart is beating that tomorrow. I don't know the rate at which I'm going to trade. And if you don't like what you want, tell me. Even ordinary citizens who goes to the market, no matter how there's significant increment of prices or whatever that you call it, it is still better than what we used to fund ourselves. So I will tell you that yes, the budget that has presented, the 2 budget, have really brought some relief to business community.
Okay. And so for you, that's the most important thing. And that was a conversation we were having earlier. So the conversation about if Ghanaians are really feeling the flourishing of the economy as is being put, would you say, this is what passes?
Yes, I would agree with Alaji because the predictability of the exchange rate is going to enable businesses plan their activities. It's going to enable businesses plan how much they need to import, at what interest rate, at what exchange rate. You know, the policy rates that the Bank of Ghana is talking about, that's also another factor that businesses didn't have. Because as at the time that all these were happening, the policy rate was around 28%.
And reference rate was high. To borrow even at bank, you could not. And even as of now, if you are importing, maybe 2 months time to come, or 2 months, you can even project the duty that you're going to pay. That's the predictability we are talking about.
Exactly.
So that goes to talk about the bit of the shortfalls in terms of revenue that the minister mentioned, that they want to seize the leakages that happen, especially.
And that was why for instance, if the government has come, and mind you, these things that COVID levy, e-levy was a revenue stream to government. At the time they were abolishing, and people were asking, so where are you going to get those money to replace those? Because these are revenue streams.
No, they adjusted other ones also.
No. It's still a loss to government. Yes. But when they brought in the COVID and the AI, political AI, that is why they are now recouping the money. And that was why I supported it.
Averagely about $3 million daily.
Yeah, well,
I supported it. You remember that fight between me and my own colleagues?
Yes, I remember that when they came into the studio, we had a very huge, conversation.
I was in Abuja situation when that issue happened. I issued a statement when I was in Abuja. Then my colleagues, they nearly swallow me.
So we're talking about the mobilization right there.
I'm following.
Right. So I can see the smile on your face. Samson is just sharing with us that as importers and exporters, the basic need for them is to have the CD, as we see now, 1159, is to have the policy rate on what's the figure again? Just around 14. Yes, and all of that. So for him, that's a reality for him and his association, that they are feeling that the economy is flourishing.
If your wife go to market, you yourself go to market, including your good self.
For now, in the context of what you do, So, Roy, you said that it's been good.
Well, no, we've heard from the man in commerce. No better person to speak to this practically than him, right? So he works closely with industry. So if they come out and say, the macro fiscals as we have it now, they reduced inflation, they improved policy rates, they improved exchange rates, are having positive impacts on the cost of doing business, then we can always go to the bank with their word. So, but it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, right? So what that also means is once businesses are enjoying the relief from the excessive tax burden that hitherto they were under, then we expect that businesses will flourish by flourishing, what we expect here is their profit levels would improve. And if the profit levels would improve, then, you know, because tax is a function of profit, so their tax expenses or tax payment would also improve. So you will notice that it circles back to the conversation we're having. Reducing or rationalizing the tax system ultimately, all things equal, should improve domestic revenue mobilization. And what Awingo Bit is saying just goes to support that assertion.
I was talking about the context of him and his association, because this morning I was listening to the Peasant Farmers Association, and for them, they are not happy. You have the what's it called? The poultry farmers themselves are not happy because they are also, from their side, they're saying that government has not done enough for them. And let's just touch on the, I don't know what the word to use, but recycling that. They are rice farmers, and now we're getting into agriculture because it's a big part of our economy. So you have producers on our farms. We've had the fact that the produce are not being bought. They stay there, they get destroyed, people lose their capital that they go into these businesses with, but still there's a hedge. And I'll come to you. The importation of other things are inhibiting the buying of their produce. And so they're saying that this time around they want the minister and the government to give clear, instructions for businesses or government agencies, schools, to be able to go for, the produce that are bought or that are made from our farms in the country. And they believe that for them, that will be what will help them. Because the amount of money they're getting, we're talking about even one of the major initiatives in Kukwon-Kitin. First phase, we're seeing a lot of things, but this was supposed to empower a lot of people. Just your take on that, on how we can build the market, properly from ourselves here.
Yeah. So I do recall in the when the minister was reading the 2026 budget sometime last year, he clearly indicated government's policy position on the sourcing of local produce, strictly sourcing local produce to feed our schools, especially government schools.
Right.
I know it was a policy decision that the minister communicated expressly in the 2026 budget. My hope and expectation, and I do not have a lot of tracking on that, but my hope and expectation is that policy is being implemented religiously. And if there are still, concerns being raised by the peasant farmers or our farming folks, then it would only mean that perhaps the policy has not been fully implemented, and we just need to give it some more time.
Okay.
But hopefully that is what is happening. Implementation has started, and we just need to give it some more time. Additionally, the issue of lifting produce from farm gate to market has always, had challenges. You can talk about the road network, which this particular administration has invested so much in, or has committed to invest in through the Big Push program. The expectation there is the connecting road between the producing communities and the markets would be significantly improved to cut down the cost of transportation, which ultimately affects the cost of produce in the market.
Okay.
Another one also is, just bringing overall, sanity into the space where, you have the practice where middlemen go to the farm gates, purchase the goods, and before it gets to the market, prices either double or triple, just, unjust enrichment or profiteering. The government should just bring in some more policy clarity in that space, just so that the overall cost of living can improve for the average person out there.
Right, Roy, and so those are visuals from Parliament. The Finance Minister is not yet in the House, as my colleague Kofi Otobe tells me, and so We'll wait to see. It's just a few minutes to 2. We'll see how that goes. But Richmond and I will go a bit talking about the cost of living, and that is, it's always been the case. I've talked about this several even on this show, that the indicators and how it transforms the life of the ordinary Guinean. The policies that are supposed to touch the ordinary Guinean, the government, and I'm going to be specific with Nkokon Kitinkiti, specific with the big push, specific with 24-hour economy. That's another important one. So these 3 big initiatives from government in this 2026, the few months that we're seeing. Well, Nkokon Kitinkiti phase 1 has, I can say, and everybody knows that it's been woeful. It's not gone as planned. Big push for that. We've seen a lot of money being pumped in there. We see the work that is ongoing, and then the 24-hour economy has also become one that is, don't know what the word to use. Well, the Secretary says they're working. How do you believe the economy and how it is positioned from government's perspective would help these major policies that they're touting?
So I think it's widely believed that the higher the demand, the lower the cost. If the commodity is available, then the price will come down. We have seen that it's very expensive for households to afford daily foods. What has the government done? The government is ensuring that poultry is available in households.
Right.
If every house is rearing 2, 3, 4, 5 chickens or fowls, would you need to go to the market to go and buy some? It's going to reduce the dependency in importing such produce. So if the availability is small in the community or in the household, it's going to reflect in the prices. And once the prices comes down, cost of living, that's what it comes down. Transportation of produce from farms to the market. If the roads are good, it's going to cost much lesser because breakage of vehicles is going to reduce. The quantity of fuel that you use is going to reduce. The amount of time that you spend from the farm to the market is going to reduce. Once all these factors are in place, then the price of that very commodity will reduce. We bring in yams from the north, Asa, all the way to Agbobloshi. If the 30 billion big push roads are in place, and even now we have real infrastructure happening, it's going to make the distance faster and efficient. So it's about systems and infrastructure and then structure itself. Once these things are in place, prices are going to come down. It's going to reflect. Just as Alaji said, it takes one to reflect on the other. So once these investments are being in place, just as economists always says, if the demand is high, prices will go high. But if the demand is low, prices will come low.
In this case, the analogy you make about the
availability.
For the big push, the roads, the importance of it, I can agree with you. But in this case, where we believe that was going to be a game changer in making sure cost of living for households and getting them to do something in terms of the Nkokon Kitinkiti, we've not done well with it. Looking at even the amount of money.
Done well with it. What's the story?
No, we've not done. But the minister sits at the assurance committee and tells us that he's not getting. I mean, there's not been. People are getting. They're getting phone calls and videos.
But are they not wearing the Nkoko for consumption? Are we not wearing it for consumption?
No, it is not for consumption. It is to help them build. To help them in terms of entrepreneur.
The end game is consumption.
Not for themselves.
No, but the end game
not
is
for themselves.
But the end game is consumption.
But not for themselves.
Once it is available for the household,
they are supposed to rear and then become a livelihood for you. But if you rear and you chew,
there's no data. There's no data that says that they've consumed all.
No, so that is where the problem is with the implementation of that, and we'll get to that. But those are measures there. Let's get back to the port. Some say 24-hour economy.
Yes.
Game changer.
Game changer.
At the ports.
Fantastic.
Are you running 24?
Fantastic.
In fact, you are running 24 earlier.
Fantastic. 24 hours in the port. Don't even say you were running earlier. There was no 24 hours at the port.
There were no 24 hours at the port.
What was there is that vessels dock or bed. I'm a maritime person.
Right.
So the vessels arrive and dock. We are discharging.
Okay.
We used to discharge in the night.
Right.
When they discharge, they stack them. They pack them. That's why you see the container, they pack them.
Okay.
It was only MPS before this 24 hours came to force. It was only MPS that when they came, the Terminal 3 came.
Right.
People can go there to pick their containers in the night. But for having custom officers to go to Golden Jubilee to open containers, do examination and clear you, to go to Reefer Yard to do examination and clear you, that was not working.
Okay.
And so this 24 hours now tells that anywhere in the port is working. And the port goes on 3 shifts work. That is factual.
That is under this 24-hour economy.
Yes, because even you used to hear those days, before the 24-hour economy, you used to hear that importers or free agents who said, oh, even I got to shipping line empty terminal. The truck went and discharged the goods in Kumasi. It got here 4:30 p.m. on Friday. The people say they have closed. Instead of to receive the container, they said they've closed. Now, when they say they've closed, you know what it means? It means that the truck will be parked there. The container will continue sitting on it till we go for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay. Come back to
I'm sorry to cut in, but you see in your shots, the minority in the house are all in black. There was a video earlier, so that's the Deputy Minority Leader.
They're in support of
Patricia PJ there. And if the camera goes on, you see that, right? So you see that all the parliamentarians in the minority side, on the minority caucus side,
I'm sure they are walking out.
They are all in black there. And you see the majority leader, Hassan Ayariga, there with Kukuru Hagan. You see the roads minister behind them, all ready to receive the finance minister. I could presume because it's 2 o'clock.
Yes, it's 2 o'clock.
So we should be having the finance minister in the house very soon. But as I see the black on the minority side, then we should be in for some drama in Parliament today.
Absolutely.
So back to it. So the port is working 24 hours.
Yes. So now you can process your documents in the daytime, go and sleep, and say, I want to come in the night for my container to be examined. Whether Golden Jubilee, whether Reefer, after 4:30 those days before the 24-hour economy was pronounced, Reefer 4:30, you can't even go there. In fact, Golden Jubilee, where they clear the Abronewawu, the spare parts, and other things, they will not even drop the container for you after 4:30. Not even Friday, PM on a working day, on the non-working at the time. But now, that is not it. You go and as I was telling the empty container return issue. Then, so if you were to be Friday, then it will stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you are not lucky, a Monday is a public holiday, then unless Tuesday. By the time you come, 5 days have run into it. If the truck owner is charging you maybe 1,000 a day, you can imagine 1,000 times the number of days that the truck retention, because the truck is still with you.
Okay.
And you know, if you are taking the container out of the port, the shipping line will tell you that the container doesn't belong to them. They are also renting it. That's why we've been talking about the demurrage and the rent issue.
Right.
So while you've taken the container going to Kumasi to go and drop, take off your goods and bring it back, you have to deposit money.
Okay.
And they were taking some of the money. So when you go, they will deliberately tell you they've closed. And by Monday when you can, because if you return the container, they have to refund the money back.
The money back to you. Okay.
So it used to be a huge problem in this country. So if you don't know, people who don't know, say 24 hours is a scam. Elsewhere, it's working.
So for the ports, you can confirm it's working.
Just the day before yesterday, I saw a social media, or yesterday, when I think on Monday or on Tuesday night, the MPA boss with his management team, with the Tema Police Command, with the Custom Command, they went around oil depots, where we call the BDCs, the terminals, where they also accept to also work like the way the port is working. They are loading fuel. Other than that, by 6 p.m., Tor and others should have closed.
No, one other thing.
So you see the so yes.
So it is helping.
It's helping absolutely.
Okay. One other thing.
The only thing we should be talking is security issue. And when they went to the oil, what were the terminal people talking? They were talking about lighting issues and then fiscal security.
Okay.
That's why I said I went to the Cambodia or Philippines, and I saw that everywhere you don't even see the real police. You see private security well armed. In this country, private security cannot arm.
Yes.
But in Cambodia, you see them holding AK-47.
Well,
you see them holding pistol, two pistols with weapons.
Their jurisdiction is different with that. Yeah.
No, they are operating 24 hours. And they know that the government alone cannot contain it. You understand? Even our police, you know, one police is to how many people in the community.
The ratio is not too good.
So what they do is that they employ more private security. So what we should be doing, we should be talking to private security operators. Say, look, if government give you this opportunity and they are paying the security officer 6,000, at least give the security person 5,000 or 4,500. The rest is your
so they can do the work.
Your operating space. Yeah, so that when they arm them, they will not take the arm to go and be robbery.
Samson, so you see the Bank of Ghana governor there,
yes,
Dr. Johnson, Pandit, there together with his entourage. They're waiting on the
arrival of the minister.
the arrival of the minister there. So the exchanges continue in Parliament.
Yes.
I don't know what exactly they're talking about, but it will definitely be about the reading by the minister this afternoon. But
you're talking about the peasant farmers issue, tied with Nkukon. You see, government has done its own best. Government say when I come, I will introduce Nkukon
because it's supposed to solve a particular problem.
They have rolled it, but that is not level Ghanaian attitude.
No, I would disagree with you on that.
No, hold on.
Right.
They give you want to tell me that when they give them the pot, the fowls or the Nkukon to go and rear.
Right.
They did not tell that it's their layers. Wait till they lay eggs. You are going to sell the eggs and the eggs become your income. And so, and you see, and their thinking is, I also want to test the fowl and see how.
But Samson, you are the one who brought the program, and you wanted to achieve a certain target.
Did they give to the people? Yes.
That helps. That will help the economy, and because it will help livelihoods.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, it translates into the economy.
Good.
But as I am giving it out to you, there needs to be a understanding to it, because I am giving you this total number.
See,
I am expecting something. So what was the monitoring and evaluation work done that I am giving you this number of papers? I say, give me 4 papers out of this. Then I bring it and you say, oh, I've used it for my own purpose.
If those who are doing Nkukon Kitikiti has said that Abaya Mame Nkukon Kitikiti, to feed them. I'm not getting the feed or food to feed them. Based on that, my hobby, I'm selling some to buy the feed. Then you say the government has failed.
Exactly.
No. Listen.
People's household poultry farms.
Listen.
They are not.
Listen. But
you know again with this, and that is where the issue of politicization comes in.
When the people,
because we know, and people have said it that these things were given to constituency executives.
But when governments give
to do all of these
fertilizer to farmers for free,
no, but
no, those are for free.
Planning for food, planning for food and job was here. Planning for food and job was here. How was it being distributed?
So once there's a problem with another initiative or policy, doesn't mean it should continue.
No.
My problem is that
you are
consuming
their
own.
They are all consuming because it is not for all.
They will not go and buy. They will not go and buy.
Yes. The cost of living reduced. We don't need to import more of the frozen foods.
To eat on their own.
They are Ghanaians. That's their national cake.
And then you don't like your program today.
So at the port, one of the things, and Roy, is about the taxes at the port, the import, the duty.
Yes. No, but before the duty, let's talk about the rice issue.
Okay, you want to touch on that before we get to it?
Because the rice people also complain that their rice are there, they are not buying.
Yes.
Not only the rice, maize too is black. There was rice glass, maize glass.
Recently to egg.
Now, the egg.
And the egg, yes.
Now, the issue is, government has given directives. That government was, initially government was giving 100 million, is it 100 million Ghana cedis or 100 billion to the buffer?
100 million.
And later they've added to 2 or 300.
Yeah, I think it's 200 now.
So it's about first stock to go and buy the things. But mind you, let's ask the government to, when they go to for government programs or conferences, and that is they feed the staff, is that not it?
Yeah.
What rice do they cook for them? What chicken did they, when they are signing the contract with the hotel, that is, what did they tell the hotel people to do? Have you been to a function? Listen to me. And they brought pito or brugutu or palm wine to our hotels in Ghana here to serve you.
For that, I can tell.
You and I will have taste. Our taste is always for foreign. Let's toast the wine.
I'm an Asana person.
I'm telling you, that is the truth of the matter. So we are saying, he knows the outcome of the quality is to lay eggs. So that when you sell the eggs, you can get income for your pocket, take care of your wife and your children. I'm gonna do 6 weeks now.
I know that. That is what I am saying. That is what I'm saying. That if I am the one as government implementing the Nkukwan Kitinkiti, I cannot just give it to you and say go. Then I'm not following or monitoring it. Then I come and tell us that the amount of money that has got into
daytime and check finish and go and they will kill the one in the night.
So there needs to be a consequence for that. Because it's government's money, and you cannot just take and go call and then chew. And you have the effort to send videos back to really your expectations in terms of your quickly before we get to Parliament.
Well, we think that we supported governments when they brought the Republican AI after the tax that they given the relievers and brought the Republican AI. We supported it. So today we are not expecting to see any additional tax on the pot. No. We don't expect to see additional tax at the pot.
Right, Roy, just a quick one before we head to Parliament. Your expectation?
So personally, I'm also not expecting any new taxes to be introduced, but rather I expect the minister to give account of, the tax measures that were put in place in the 2026 budget read last year, how they fared so far, and ultimately how, they continue to invest in enforcement, compliance, and general, administrative issues going into the rest of the year.
Right, Roy Godwinson, thank you so much for joining us. We'll take the minister's briefing, and when we're done, we'll get back to you on that. But as we're talking, so those are just visuals from Parliament. Roy is still going to be with us, but we saw the visuals from Parliament where I don't know it was a chant or what was going on there. So you see conversations going on between the members of the House from the Minority Caucus. As I mentioned, they are all in black today. You see the Busumil Freo MP, yes, the Patricia Appiagyei, also that's someone who's
Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah is there.
Yes.
The former finance
Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah.
Deputy Finance Minister was outside.
Yes.
Asare is there.
Yes. Okay, we're told that sitting has been suspended in the House as they're waiting for the Speaker, and so that's why you see a lot of conversations going on there in the House. And one of the things we keep saying, and I think that the Finance Minister last year came quite early and did the briefing.
Today there was a national, even in fact I was supposed to be there,
right.
Supreme Court at 1:50.
The Supreme Court at 1:50,
so we expect that many of the government functionaries would attend, even including the Speaker
and the lawyers.
Exactly.
A lot of the lawyers were in Parliament.
I was locked up at Akitenka. As a national chairman of PNC, I was invited.
Yes.
But because of this issues,
so that is the other hat he was talking about.
Yes.
As a national chairman for the People's National Congress.
Yes. Convention, not Congress.
Convention, I beg your pardon.
People National Convention.
PNC. No, I mean the country is not Congress, it's convention.
It's convention.
So
as a national chairman, as I'm sitting here, I have to correct you.
So it's
People's National Convention.
How's it going?
Very good. We are a minority political party. Actually, we do not have a seat in Parliament. It's a worrisome situation, even though they used to call it third force party. But this time, we are no more occupying that space. We need to retool, to rehaul ourselves. But hey, the point is that MPP, NDC have swallowed most of our men and women into their side. That's the only problem we and CPP are suffering. If you go to MPP NDC, you will see CPP members there, you will see MPNC members there, even to the extent that we used to have a seat. Even my old constituency, Zebla, where I come from, my village, Ndebugure won it in 2024, you remember? And Honorable Apule came back and took it in 2028. Boloka used to be our seat, Honorable Pastor, who became the 2020 president candidate, whom I contested the president candidate with, and he floored me by 500 votes to become the.
Why are you telling us again?
Oh, it's true, but it's true.
Okay.
It's not lies.
Yes.
I contested with him.
Yes.
He beat me. He had 1,000 plus. I have 789 plus.
Okay.
So he beat me by 500 votes to be the running and the flag bearer of the party in 2020 election.
Okay.
And so this is not something that has a height for being defeated by somebody. I'm still young. I can. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe the time I become the candidate. The time I become the candidate, I'll be the president of Congress.
So you are happy with how President Mahama and the NDC are ruling the country?
No, currently, I mean, why not? It's not because I am opposition. When we see good things, we say it's not good. No, I don't think that is how we. If you go to and we travel, is that how we happen? We go to UK, we go to US. That's not how. Every day, this I was saying, MPP, NDC, they are the people who always go to the US, go to the UK. But they know that this is not the way they handle things there. But when they come here, we are on each other through to the extent that we can even throw. When they say they are honorable members, you know you cannot throw your hands.
Yes.
But you can even spoil state property and go scot-free. You know it. So I don't know. But for me, when NDC do good, I would say they've done good. If they do wrong, I would say they've done wrong.
So our first conversation was about you being the executive secretary for importers and exporters. Now, as vice, as national chairman, I'm getting used to calling you national chairman.
Yes.
As national chairman for the PNC, what's your stand on the economy so far and your expectation?
I'm not going to veer off from my previous statement. And I was here in Ghana for the past 8 years. I didn't and I am here for the past 1.5 years. And I can tell you when Akufo-Addo came the first year, we saw there were improvement things. We praised the system. But fast forward, the system changed when they brought Russia-Ukraine and make things hardship on us. When they brought haircut and make things hard on all of us. They and started using 9 billion to resuscitate five banks. They spending 25 billion and put all of us hardship. So I spoke about it. I'm not shying away from because I went to Cape. That's the reality of the Ghana. I can tell you that if President Mahama should continue this way, we the minority political party or we the parties in opposition, we are in doom. If the government continues this way, we will be in doom because there will be election. There will be election.
You'll be nowhere near to win.
We will contest, but we will not see the figures. Including MVP.
So,
if the government body is true, it's faster.
That's to be left for the Ghanaians to decide.
It's the same Ghanaians who don't you stay in community with people? I also live in the community. You live in the community, he lives in the community.
Okay. One of the big issues we have as a country.
But as opposition will not wish, you want them to fail and you come. I mean, I don't want them to fail because look, we suffered when there was haircut. You know, people, it affected me, my account.
So you don't want them to fail?
No, I don't want them to fail.
Then how can PNC come into power?
It doesn't matter. So you want to be in government to influence policy. You want to be in government to provide solutions for the people. And if the government is able to put up to that, that doesn't mean when the people want to change, they cannot change.
Yeah, but I mean, there's always a talk about a strong force. Third force.
You can come together.
Yes.
You can come together.
They're coming together.
Yes.
You want to do it. CPP says they are reorganizing themselves. You're also talking about that.
Yes. So we can come together. Parties, not only CPP. Everybody in Chida, Lankas, Japan, and the rest all to come together.
Okay. Let's talk about jobs. That's a very, very important part of every economy. And as a country, we are struggling heavily with that.
I said government has no businesses in going to businesses. Government have businesses in profiling solutions in terms of policies.
Okay.
Policies that they will implement and give a platform for the private sector to flourish on. And I said last time I was even, this morning I said on TV, if I were to be finance minister, if I were to be close to the finance minister, I would tell them that, look, you know what, this your express route issue, go to Ghana Stock Exchange.
Okay.
Go there and raise, you don't even need to take taxpayers' money of how much? Is it 400 billion or so? They need 400 billion to do that route. Go there and raise the capital to build that route. Toll it and pay dividends. Or do PPP. There are Ghanaians who have money. Ghanaian has money. What do you? 5 people can bring 400 billion in this country to build that road, tool it, and then while the rest of the money government can concentrate on the Kumasi, this normal Kumasi road. No, not the express. I'm talking the expressway.
Yeah.
Okay.
They should be able to raise. You can go to stock exchange, raise the money, or you can ask for PPP. Ghanaians can bring the money.
The finance minister has stated that they are using the minerals income for that road.
For that road.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, mineral and oil. Eh?
Yes.
Yes, but mineral and oil income can use to build the Kumasi, the normal Kumasi road. Okay. Once they privatize the other one,
the expressway,
or you go to storage to raise funds to. No, he doesn't need to go and look for.
You know, for the issue of job, and that's also when I talk about
job will come. When we are able to expand all this, is creating what? Going to create job.
Would that really just open up to the creation of jobs with roads?
It's a leg.
It's just a leg of it.
It's a leg of
you know, the government.
Then you talk of recently, the government wants to introduce what they call the locomotive train.
Yes.
To pick cargo from Temaport to Mpakadam. We need the same locomotive train to pick cargo from Temaport to Mpakadam to the Bonkra port that we are building.
Yeah.
So that our road nature lifespan would grow. We needed pipelines from here to Kumasi or from here to Bupe. We push the oil, we refine the oil here, we push it, it goes. So that our road network lifespan will grow. We do not need tankers to be carrying fuel and create the accident.
We said we're doing SkyTrain to help with all of that. I don't know. The issue is in court. The issue is in court now.
When my friend Honorable Befi comes in, asked what happened. He was a deputy minister at Trade Industry. When Honorable Befi, your friend, come here, you ask him that question.
Okay.
They paid the money, the train never delivered.
Okay, right. So we're going to take a quick turn. Ritual, let me just take your final words. I know you've got to be somewhere. So on this, more so on jobs, what are you expecting the minister to say? Yeah.
So I one of the key things as young people we are looking at is providing credit facility for SMEs, small, medium enterprises.
Yeah.
That's one thing that we want the minister to say. The government is unable to provide jobs for young people. I think the government can make the economy more friendly for the young people who are having businesses. When you go to TikTok right now, you see a lot of our sisters, all of them having businesses online.
When they will be commissioning or launching of the women bank.
Yes.
Because the money is sitting in the escrow account.
That's another one.
Because the 400 million is sitting at the escrow account. What is it ideal? It's not bringing any profit. Just commission it.
So what I am looking at for the finance minister to say today is that he is making access to credit facility very easier to young people's businesses and the small, medium enterprises across the country. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Richmond Akpa, thank you so much for coming in and being part of the program this morning. Right. This afternoon. So let's cross over to Parliament and listen to a conversation. Our correspondent there, that is Kofi Otobe Queen, speaking to the MP for Bosome Frehon, Nana Kwame Safuede. Let's listen to that.
How many of them goes to work in the afternoon, close in the evening, hand over shift to somebody in the evening, he close in the morning, somebody comes in the morning, and it has not been done. The coders. You saw some George running around trying to create some caricature, something. You saw somebody coming up to tell you that there was a Google online app that they asked them to. It is a mess everywhere.
So when you hear from the minority saying you are just doing politics with some of these economic indicators, what do you see?
You see, the truth is that for me, it is not. I am not the one who will tell you.
The economy is being failed.
Hold on. Go and tell the Legon student who is now paying an increment of 20% in his hostel fees that the economy or the inflation is running single digit.
go and tell the guy who is renting that the economy is single digit, dollar is performing well. Go to
Yesterday, the MPP held a press conference on the economy and some of the losses that the government had. Can you really, emphasize on some of the issues that you raised?
It was clear. Our point was that you are seeing a certain growth, and the growth you are seeing is coming from a certain sector. The sector is the gold sector. Now the question is, how sustainable is that? Should there be a case where you can no longer rely on the gold again in future, or the prices of the gold drops on the international market? How do you sustain this growth you are talking about? Number two, expenditure. You are cutting down expenditure, and you think that you are being fiscally prudent because you are not being fiscally prudent, but it is your revenue that is not performing. And you see, today, they laid some bills. They are going to amend some of the taxes, exercise tax, custom duties, and all. They are going to amend them and introduce new ones, because we told them that we've done this before. We came to remove about 17 taxes, and we had problems when COVID came in, when the global economy was challenged. We were found wanting. So be careful with the revenue sources you are cutting, because it might come back to haunt you. And indeed, it did. Look at their revenue. They are not even able to meet up with their revenue, and that is why the expenditure is going down. It is not as a result of being fiscally disciplined, and that's the point we are making.
Thank you, Rambo.
Right. Welcome back. So my colleague, that is Kofi Otuobo, they're speaking to the MP for Bosome Frehon, and I'm sure he'll be engaging a number of members of parliament before the finance minister gets into the house to deliver that is the media budget review to all of us. We've touched on a number of things. The final one we touched on was about jobs. Very important. People are watching, people are and that is where they talk about the fact that is what we're promised, that there'll be jobs. Already we've seen some people being recruited into the Blue Water Guards, community policing, and all of those initiatives under the that is the YEA, yes, and the NYA also. So we'll see how all of that goes into ensuring that
permanent job.
Yes, but of course that's the thing. Permanent jobs that gives good income to young people to be able to build up their lives. Yeah, that's what we are talking about also. So we'll wait and see how that goes. But you can share with us your thoughts on our Facebook page, Metro TV Ghana. We're live on YouTube also, Metro TV Ghana and DSTV channel 277. Samson Asaka Wingobit is still here with me, and I guess we have Roy also on Zoom from Deloitte with us. But Samson, the job situation, it comes up every year, and you even mentioned that it's not just about giving jobs; it's about the quality of the work. And someone can say every day that I wake up and this is my permanent job as a young person in this country.
So one of the big area I see that can lead to job creation is, one, the president talk about those who want to go to irrigation farming. Mm-hmm. When they are bringing their equipment, to give them tax incentives. Yeah. I think if you go to the 24-hour economy, they also have other, they say what they call it, the Legon Park or something like that, where the pharmaceutical, it's an area that the pharmaceutical companies can go there to do production. They can produce and then feed even West Africa. Then we should also look at the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's another area that we have to trade among ourselves. But we have to produce, then we can talk of feed ourselves, have excess or surplus, then we can think of exporting, because many people that I talk to after that, you guys import so much than export. And I say yes, even Continental Free Trade Area, the National Secretariat sits here in Accra. Okay, Accra is the trade house. However, ask yourself that even if you take goods products here to South Africa, you know this is a recent, what do you call it, balloon between South Africa and other African countries. And when you're talking about South Africa economic, the GDP is very big. You know about that. So if people cannot even move freely to each other country, how would trade succeed?
Yes. And
South Africa doing that, they've forgotten that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the first General Secretary is South Africa. Ramkele is a South African.
Yes.
He sits here. He's giving all. You know, he's a diplomat.
Right.
Yes, he's been given state apparatus security to protect him. He moved with motorcade. He has to move with motorcade. Move with national security. Yeah, it's true. They have to protect. He's a diplomat.
Yes.
So if you see his car, it's a CD. It's not like GTS or G, whatever you will use. That is an honor. He has a flag. And we cannot trade among ourselves. In fact, we cannot boast that if I'm taking goods here to Kenya or to South Africa, I will get a coastline. We do not have our own coastline, our own ships that can take cargo here to another African country.
Yes.
We cannot boast of African countries having their own cargo plane. That if I'm producing product like blue sky product and others, that does not have long lifespan. You produce it within the next 2-3 days, it must be consumed. So they lift you see that you go to the airport in the evening, you see blue skies trucks coming. They put it to the cargo plane and the volume money. It is in the Uke landing, it is found itself to the shelves of the malls to be sold.
Right.
But you now have to go through the border. As a woman who go to Togo or who go to Nigeria to buy goods, when they are coming, the kind of frustration that they find themselves from other countries' borders and securities. So until we expand all this, we'll be talking about job here, and my brother, we will come back to them. So until all these issues are being addressed adequately, and I'm happy that President Mahama will be becoming the AU president or AU chair very soon. I think by end of this year or so, he will be because unanimous decision. Everybody is voting for him to become the president or the chair for AU. Right. Maybe that is where we can push John Mahama to go, and knowing his convictions, making sure that he was able to get we didn't even get the proceed alone now. At least the European Union or they got to know that what they did to our forefathers was bad, isn't it?
Yes.
And then that is so we will look forward to see. So to really create more jobs, I think we need to really look at agricultural setup.
Agricultural setup and investment there.
Investment, very extremely.
That's important because, as you mentioned, over the past years, we've heard up from the poultry, the rice producers, the peasant farmers. In fact, in the past 6 months, it's been cocoa. Cocoa has been a serious one that the government has taken a lot of stake for, but it looks like it's been able to sort itself there. So there needs to be a lot of investment, and mind you, a lot of young people are also getting into agriculture. Absolutely. And if we do not make it good for them, they may take out the monies and go to other things, right?
In the previous years, people used to think that farming is for the school dropout. But bet you're on TV, you can be a farmer.
Yes, definitely.
You are in the TV. There are technology these days that you can use to even monitor your farm whilst you sit here. So, farmer, if you go to America and the rest, it is the farmers who are rich. Unfortunately, on our part of this world, it's the farmers who are rather the poor people. So, government must do a deliberate policy. I'm looking at when the day Donald Trump will come to Ghana and they'll give him banku to eat. They'll give him Tuesday to eat. They will give him palm wine to taste. Do you know the Chinese? When our president travel and even carry our sitter, the Chinese eat a lot of sitter from us. When they even take a woman who produce sitter and president open the sitter and taste some, and the Chinese president taste on their national television. Do you know how many Chinese will buy sitter? Look at recently when President Mahama went to Zambia.
And what
do you know Fugu have searched? Fugu. There was demand and supply. Demand was higher than supply. So we have to do deliberate policy. Someone yesterday we are Ghana Standards Authority discussing about vehicles issues. And someone said, you know what? China had made a point that in the next 10 years, they do not want to see fuel cars. Huh?
Yeah.
This petrol, diesel cars in there. No. They want to go clean fuel.
Okay.
That is electronic cars. Or electric cars.
Yeah, electric cars, yeah.
You charge it, you use it, you come and charge it. If you ask me and you who use petrol cars, and if there's somebody here, your studio, your setup, your television station, who uses electric car, you will tell you the amount you spend in a month.
Yeah.
You can still drive than the one you end up spending.
Yeah.
Sometimes you even have to park your car because you cannot get money to buy.
This is true. And even back to the agriculture bit, the things that we see on the markets and then we buy. So it comes back to your doorstep when people say, oh, we are seeing a lot of rice products on the market. I saw one, TikTok rice. I was amazed. What kind of rice is this? But our farmers are also having their rice produce, just going bad on the farms.
So one of the things is that's why when the government want to bring these farm centers, I admire it and say it's a good thing. And I said that, you see, last year I was in Cambodia. Maybe this year I'm going to Philippines for rice trade conference. The Cambodians, the Filipinos, and the Thailand. Are you listening to me?
Yes.
And then there's India where they have Rice Research Institute.
Okay.
In the past 20 years or in the past 30 years, they made it a point that they should keep on changing the variety. They should get the improved variety that is accepted.
Right.
So if you really want to see, if you go to Cambodia, they produce a lot of rice. Thailand,
yeah.
They produce a lot of rice. Now, they are researchers that were there. If you see them, they are old men. They are old men.
Yes.
In this part of the world, or this Ghana, this small Ghana we are, we keep on changing them because political correlation. We take politics to destroy everything. The people who were there 30 years, they are the people the government pushed. Ask yourself, even this is your media house.
Yes.
Do you have a research department?
Do we have a research department in the newsroom?
No, not in the newsroom. As a
company. Well, I guess the administrative team works on that.
Go to that research department, ask the research head, how much have they committed in terms of budgetary allocation to research? Even government of Ghana, you see budget.
It's true.
Budget allocation is there. The money is there. Parliament, they go to Parliament has approved it. Go and ask the heads of the Parliament, have they able to withdraw those monies? So how do they work?
Okay. So we're getting to see in a bit. Thomas Nyakwampi is in the Deputy Finance Minister.
Yeah, and the Commissioner General of Custom is Commissioner General of Ghana Revenue Authority is there. Commissioner of Custom too is there.
So they are all there.
Yeah.
And then
the minister has arrived.
What's happening? Okay, that's him there. Okay. What's the color of his tie today? I don't know if
his tie
today.
It's red.
It's red. Yeah, I think it's red. So
check.
So we're going to take the proceedings. I guess the minister will be called onto the podium. Let's listen to the minority leader Alexander Appinyomaki.
We are not hearing anything. Okay.
My main concern is that on the government side, I see a lot of empty seats. Listen to him one day. So you go for some of the neighborhoods. Others went and do the neighborhoods. Now they are patrols. And they are now a couple of them say, and when they prepare their life to protect before they have please, the whole object of our program is so that they will mature into big birds, and then they will sow and they will utilize for life. So if they are being utilized for life, the whole I think on this very night, I want to the feed the message. That is a free. We are working on it. Only for about before video. We have invite the Minister of Finance to make the statement.
Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President of Parliament, I have the humble duty to present a media fiscal policy review of the 2026 budget and economic policy of government. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with this media fiscal policy review, I wish to acknowledge the devastating facts that struck part of our country last night. Right Honourable Speaker, as honourable members will recall, the great lives, displaced families, destroyed businesses, and caused extensive damage to public infrastructure. Ghana was not alone. Similar floods also affected Nigeria, La Côte d'Ivoire, and Sierra Leone, highlighting the growing flood risk across West African coastline and the effect of climate change. Mr. Speaker, government responded swiftly by visiting the hardest hit communities, releasing funds for emergency relief, and launching a nationwide cleanup exercise. On the direction of His Excellency the President, I am making available additional resources for ongoing dredging and construction of critical drains in the affected areas. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has directed the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources to develop a comprehensive and permanent solution to flooding in Accra and other flood-prone areas across the country. The necessary funding for the implementation of this permanent solution will be provided in the 2027 budget and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House with a deep sense of pride and confidence born out of strong performance in the last 1.5 years in the management of the Ghanaian economy. Right Honourable Speaker, this confidence is grounded in sound policy, in evidence, in measurable performance, and in credible data, and most importantly, in the lived experience of Ghanaians who endured a profound economic crisis and are now standing on firmer ground. Mr. Speaker, Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 2921, requires the Minister for Finance to present to Parliament a mid-year fiscal policy review not later than 31st of July of each year. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm here in fulfillment of this legal and constitutional obligation. Mr. Speaker, today I am not here to seek a supplementary estimate. The 2026 appropriations remains unchanged. Right Honourable Speaker, however, we are undertaking a strategic realignment of expenditures within the existing appropriations. Mr. Speaker, government also affirms the following macroeconomic target for 2026. Overall GDP growth of at least 4.8%. Non-oil real GDP growth of at least
4.9%. The Speaker, end-year inflation of 8% plus or minus 2%. A primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis, and a gross international reserves sufficient to cover not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, beyond fulfilling a statutory obligation, these statements tell the story of where Ghana stood, where Ghana stands today, and where Ghana is heading. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the full text of this mid-year fiscal policy review be captured in the Hansard in its entirety, while I present the highlights to this House. Mr. Speaker, before I present the details of our economic performance, we must briefly recall where we came from. I do so because the lessons of economic history must never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office in January 2025, President Mahama inherited an economy on its knees. Right Honorable Speaker, the economic crisis of 2022 was not merely an accident. It was the consequences of a series of wrong policy choices. Choices about reckless spending, choices about excessive and binge borrowing, choices about lack of accountability, and a failure to level with the people of Ghana about the true state of the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of those wrong choices for the Ghanaian people were so severe. The cedi depreciated at levels never seen before, eroding savings, businesses, business capital, and purchasing power of millions of Ghanaians. Inflation exceeded 50%, dramatically increasing the cost of living and placing basic necessities beyond the reach of many people. Real disposable incomes declined sharply. Interest rates surged, making credit expensive for the private sector. Investor confidence collapsed. International reserves fell to extremely low levels. International credit rating agencies downgraded Ghana's sovereign debt to levels never seen in our history. Mr. Speaker, Ghana lost access to the international capital market. The previous government implemented most painful debt restructuring program that imposed crude and painful haircuts on domestic and external bondholders. Financial institutions and individual bondholders also suffered significant losses, with many losing their lifetime of savings. Even pensioners were not spared the burden of crude and painful haircuts under the DDP. The Speaker, and businesses closed or relocated, jobs were lost, and many households that had escaped poverty fell back into hardships. Mr. Speaker, this is an honest account of the economy and the one that His Excellency the President inherited. We recount this event not to dwell on the past, but to remind ourselves of the heavy price of fiscal indiscipline, excessive borrowing, weak accountability, and dishonest economic management. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must never be brought this low again. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. These painful experiences must strengthen our collective resolve to safeguard macroeconomic stability and ensure that such a crisis is never repeated. As a nation, we must internalize the true costs of economic mismanagement and commit ourselves to sound economic stewardship. Some lessons cannot simply be taught, they must be lived. But once learned, they must never be forgotten. Never again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this administration assumed office. When this administration assumed office, it moved swiftly and decisively to stabilize the economy and begin the work of national reconstruction. It was immediately clear that the old model of managing the economy had failed, and Ghana did not need incremental adjustment, but it needed structural reforms. We therefore took difficult but necessary decisions which were neither politically convenient nor painless. These decisions demanded our collective sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, but they were necessary to restore stability and rebuild confidence. Right Honorable Speaker, the progress Ghana is recording today did not happen by chance. Some have suggested that our recent macroeconomic gains are simply the product of good fortune. Others have attributed the recovery solely to the debt restructuring program or the IMF program inherited in 2025. But Mr. Speaker, I firmly disagree. Our recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, I firmly disagree. Ghana's recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Debt restructuring may create fiscal space, but it does not create fiscal discipline. Right, Honorable Speaker, an IMF program may provide a framework, but it cannot substitute for sound policy, disciplined implementation, and political will. Sustainable economic recovery is built on good policy choices, competent economic management, and disciplined execution, and most importantly, courageous leadership. Mr. Speaker, the evidence before us is overwhelming. Public financial management restored fiscal credibility, improved revenue mobilization, reduced fiscal risk, and reinforced macroeconomic stability. The results speak for themselves. Every major macroeconomic indicator has improved significantly. These outcomes are not accidental. They are the product of reforms, discipline, and sound economic management. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to place on record the reforms that have delivered this turnaround. Mr. Speaker, the recovery of the Ghanaian economy has been anchored on three key transformational policy reforms. These key transformational reforms are as follows. The first is fiscal correction. The second is the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. And the first is fiscal correction. The second is the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. And the third is a complementary fiscal policy for inflation targeting and exchange rate stability. Mr. Speaker, the first key transformational policy reform was fiscal correction. The objective was straightforward. First, to assume control over public finances. Second, is to introduce new expenditure discipline. And third, to place public debt on a sustainable path. We therefore recalibrated Ghana's fiscal framework to ensure greater efficiency, stronger accountability, and fairer burden sharing across government. Right, Honorable Speaker, the 2025 budget reset expenditure to 2023 nominal levels, eliminating wasteful spending that had weakened fiscal management over the years. As a result, primary expenditure declined sharply from 18.7% of GDP in 2024 to 13.2% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, a 5.5% adjustment without hurting economic growth. Most importantly, right, Honorable Speaker, the primary balance also improved from a deficit of 2.9% of GDP in 2024 to a surplus of 2.5% of GDP in 2025, placing public debt firmly on a downward trajectory. Mr. Speaker, a fiscal adjustment expenditure led by 5.4% of GDP in one calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this sent an unmistakable signal to Ghanaians, investors, and other development partners that fiscal discipline is the new order. Mr. Speaker, government also recalibrated the IMF program, shifting the emphasis from revenue-led to expenditure-led fiscal consolidation to achieve a fairer sharing of the adjustment burden. We amended the Public Financial Management Act to institutionalize a binding fiscal rule requiring a minimum annual primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP and a debt-to-GDP ceiling of 45% by 2034. These reforms signaled that fiscal indiscipline would no longer define the Ghanaian state. Mr. Speaker, aside, we established the Value for Money Office to strengthen expenditure efficiency, improve the quality of public expenditure, and ensure that every cedi spent delivers maximum value for the Ghanaian people. We established the Fiscal Council to strengthen fiscal oversight, transparency, and accountability. We undertook a comprehensive audit of government payables to eliminate irregular obligations. We also enforced expenditure control. Government amended the Public Procurement Act to require commitment authorization before procurement. Mr. Speaker, this reform firmly linked procurement to approved budget and restored discipline to public expenditure management across the government. Right, Honorable Speaker. For the first time, state-owned enterprises are now bound by the commitment authorization, restraining them from spending beyond their means. Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years, liabilities of state-owned enterprises have added the equivalent of about 3% of GDP to Ghana's public debt every single year. Mr. Speaker, this occurred because state-owned enterprises failed to honor their contractual obligation, compelling government to assume and settle those liabilities. This contributed to the sharp rise in Ghana's public debt. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the resources that would have financed critical infrastructure were used to pay those SOEs' debt. This is part of the reason why Ghana's debt grew unsustainably without the bridges, roads, or hospitals to show for. Right, Honorable Speaker, what is the point? Ministries and even Parliament live within their means if state-owned enterprises are permitted to run up liabilities that the taxpayer are ultimately forced to pay. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to recognize that Ghana's debt challenge was driven not only by fiscal deficit, but also by the unchecked accumulation of liabilities by state-owned enterprises. This is precisely why the commitment authorization regime would have been meaningless and ultimately ineffective had state-owned enterprises been excluded from its coverage. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also operationalized the sinking fund to strengthen debt management and demonstrate to government that government is committed to meeting future debt obligations. We restored genuine fiscal decentralization by ensuring that at least 80% of the district assembly's common fund is transferred directly to assemblies to support local development. Right, Honorable Speaker, we reduced the number of ministers from 123 at its peak to 60 and reduced the number of ministries from 30 to 23 because, Mr. Speaker, because a leaner government is not merely good politics, but it's also a sound fiscal policy. We curtailed non-essential expenditure, including excessive foreign travel, workshops, conferences, and unnecessary vehicle procurement. We also discontinued low-impact programs like the Ghana Cares of Atampa and the U-Start to redirect scarce resources to national priorities. Mr. Speaker, the second key transformational policy reform was the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. The objective was very clear. First, to restore investor confidence. Second, to revive private enterprises. Third, to provide a relief to households and businesses, and also to increase domestic revenue through better policy, stronger compliance, and more efficient administration, not through higher tax reforms. We therefore abolished a number of nuisance taxes, including the following: e-levy, betting tax, COVID-19 health recovery levy, emission tax, VAT on motor insurance. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since 2015, we undertook comprehensive VAT reforms, removing distortions, improving efficiency, and strengthening compliance. More importantly, the reforms have left businesses with more working capital to invest, expand, and create jobs. We also introduced a sliding scale royalty regime for gold to ensure that Ghanaian people receive a fairer share of the economic returns from their natural resources. Right, Honorable Speaker, we introduced major customs reforms supported by artificial digital technologies to strengthen compliance, reduce leakages, and improve revenue mobilization. Since the introduction of the reforms, monthly customs revenue has increased by approximately 17%, reflecting stronger compliance, more effective enforcement, and significantly reduced leakages. We also amended the misuse of the tax refund account, ensure that resources intended for legitimate tax refund was no longer used as a slush fund. Mr. Speaker, the results have been remarkable. Despite abolishing multiple taxes and introducing no new tax handle, non-oil tax revenue increased by 0.5% of GDP, from 12.6% of GDP in 2024 to 13.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, simply put, government collected more taxes in 2025 even after abolishing the nuisance taxes, including the e-levy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the lesson here is simple. Better policy, stronger compliance, and smarter administration will always deliver more sustainable revenue than higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, the third key transformational policy reform to support inflation targeting, ensuring exchange rate stability, and building external resilience. Central to this reform was the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board to curb gold smuggling, formalize the gold trade, and ensure that a greater share of Ghana's mineral wealth benefits the Ghanaian people. Through this intervention, Ghana generated an additional $15 billion in foreign exchange inflows from gold, significantly strengthening reserve accumulation and supporting exchange rate stability. This single policy measure improved Ghana's current account balance by 6.4 percentage points from a surplus of 1.9% in 2024 to 8.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a 4 times increment of the current account surplus in just 1 calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this was not simply a gold policy. This was a macroeconomic stabilization policy designed to strengthen the city, build external buffers in the Ghanaian economy. To reinforce these gains, government developed and is implementing the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy, GANRAP, with the objective of increasing Ghana's international reserve to the equivalent of 15 months of import cover by end of 2028. In a landmark initiative, Mr. Speaker, government has also reached agreement with large-scale mining companies to purchase 30% of their annual gold production for refining by local refineries, strengthening domestic value addition and supporting reserve accumulation. Government further amended the Bank of Ghana Act to make inflation targeting a shared responsibility between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, ensuring stronger must all policy reforms have delivered for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the results of the last 8 months demonstrate that disciplined, competent economic management and consistent implementation delivers tangible results. Real GDP growth grew by 6.0% in 2025, the fastest of economic expansion since 2019. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP grew by 7.6% in 2025, the highest rate in 14 years, demonstrating that favorable commodity prices. Into 2026, real GDP growth reached 6.4% in the first half. For the first time in our nation's history, the size of $100 billion, firmly establishing Ghana as a major emerging market economy. Ghana's per capita income increased by more than $850 in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, rising from $2,527 in 180. This in our country's history. It is therefore not surprising that Ghana is now recognized as the mere statistics represent and an economy with enhanced capacity to invest in its people. The labor market is also improving. Unemployment rate declined from 13.7% during the first 3 quarters of 2024 to 12.8% over the same period in 2025. Poverty across education declined from 20 in Q2 2025. Mr. Speaker, about 900 behind these statistics are the hundreds of thousands of farm. Inflation perhaps tells the clearest story of all. 2024 to 5.4% at the end of 2025 and remained low at 5.3% in June 2026. The primary balance on commitment basis recorded a surplus of 2 GDP as at the end of 2025. By end of June 2026, we had achieved a primary 8% of 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, prudent fiscal management has also translated into a rapid decline in Ghana's public debt. The debt to GDP ratio fell from 61.8% of GDP, 61.8% of 2024 to 44.7% at the end of 2025 and reached 45% by end of June 2026. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has therefore already achieved its statutory debt target of 45% of GDP, years ahead of both IMF program timeline and targeted date Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, debt service is also consuming a far smaller share of government revenue, as a share declined sharply from 55.7% in 2022 to 28.8% in 2025. Billions of cedis for schools, hospitals, roads, and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since April 2014, Ghana's external and overall risk of debt distress has improved from high to moderate. Even more significantly, the joint World Bank IMF debt sustainability analysis has moved Ghana from unsustainable in 2023 to sustainable in 2025, and now for the first time ever to sustainable with room to absorb shocks.
Honorable Minister, please, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, interest rates are singing from the same hymn book. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, a benchmark for the cost of short-term borrowing in Ghana, from 11% in December 2025 to 5.73% in June 2026, representing a 536 basis point reduction. The 182-day Treasury bill rate also fell from 12.52% to 7.69%, down by 483 basis points. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the 364-day Treasury bill rate declined from 12.94% to 12.82%, a 12 basis point decline. And across the entire yield curve, average decline was 344 basis points. 2 years, 3 years, and 5-year government bonds are now trading within the range of 11% to 12.6%, compared with about 20% a year ago. Right, Honorable Speaker, monetary policy rate has also declined by a cumulative 1,300 basis points, from 27% in January 2025 to 14% in July 2026. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely lower interest rates, they are lower borrowing costs for households and businesses, creating room for entrepreneurs to invest, expand, and create jobs. We have also made significant strides on the external front. The current account recorded a surplus of 8.3% of GDP in 2025 and has remained strong through the first half of 2026. The cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the United States dollar in 2025, reversing years of sharp depreciation and restoring confidence in the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these results demonstrate that the 2026 budget is firmly on track. The targets we set at the beginning of the year were not aspirational. They were grounded in sound policy, disciplined implementation, and realistic assumptions. The performance of the economy in the first half of 2026 confirms that we're on course to achieve them. Economic growth exceeds inflation, change. Fiscal performance is stronger than programmed, and the debt trajectory macroeconomic presented in subsequent sections in this review. Right, Honorable Speaker, the commitment we made to the people of Ghana are evident. I now wish to market trader, inflation has fallen. To the entrepreneur who can now borrow at lower interest rate to expand their businesses, and to the worker whose income now stretches further because the cedi has stabilized. These improvements are not abstract statistics. They are the dividend of sound and competent economic management. We recognize that the sacrifices required to restore the economy were significant, and that many households continue to face challenges. But we also know that the economy are now firmly in place. Fiscal discipline has been restored. Macroeconomic stability has returned. Confidence has been rebuilt, and the institutions needed to safeguard these gains have been strengthened. Under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, Ghana is not going back. Ghana is moving forward. Mr. Speaker, the government that has delivered these results over the past 18 months has earned the trust to continue implementing the reforms that will secure Ghana's long-term prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, next week, the Executive Board of the IMF is expected to approve the final review of Ghana's Extended Credit Facility Program. bringing to a successful conclusion the financial bailout IMF program. It's also expected to approve a 36-month policy coordination instrument, a non-financing arrangement designed for countries that no longer have and are not expected to face balance of payment needs. Mr. Speaker, the PCI will anchor our next phase of reforms, strengthening macroeconomic resilience, support broad-based growth, and signal our unwavering commitment to sound and disciplined macroeconomic policy. The PCI will support reforms across 6 priority areas. First is to maintain growth-friendly fiscal consolidation. Second is to preserve debt sustainability. Third is to strengthen fiscal transparency and governance. The fourth is to enhance policy framework. The fifth is to reinforce financial sector stability. And finally, to promote economic diversity and inclusive growth. We believe our strong implementation record, together with the successful execution of the PCI, will strengthen Ghana's path towards investment growth, our ability to mobilize concessional and development financing for productive public investment. The PCI will include quantitative and 26 reform targets monitored through semi-annual reviews to ensure sustained implementation of critical to achieve our ambitious policy objective. Mr. Speaker, the details of the PCI targets are provided in detail in the media fiscal review document. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now turn to macroeconomic performance for the first half of the year. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has not merely met its first half target, it has exceeded them. Overall GDP growth was 6.4% in the first quarter of 2026, well ahead of the 4.8% full-year target. Non-oil GDP growth was 6.3% in the first quarter of 2026, well ahead of the 4.9% full-year target. Inflation has more than halved, falling from 13.7% in June 2025 by end of June 2026, against a target of 8 plus or minus a year. The primary balance recorded a surplus of 0.9% of GDP on commitment basis, firmly on track to achieve our end-year target of GDP. Gross international reserves was 5 months of end of June 2026, exceeding the target of at least 3 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, January to June 2026, fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, the provisional fiscal performance for the first present following approved 2026 fiscal target. Overall deficit target on commitment basis of 2.2% of GDP, primary surplus of 1.5% of the GDP, overall deficit on cash basis of 4% of GDP, and on a cash basis of 0.4% of GDP. But Mr. Speaker, provisional fiscal outturn for the first half of 2026 was stronger than anticipated, indicating continued prudence in fiscal management and enhancing the government fiscal consolidation agenda. Non-oil tax end of June 2026 was 6.4% of GDP, compared to a target of 6.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, domestic revenue reached 7.7% of GDP by June 2026, compared to the target of 7.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants reached 7.8% of 2026, compared to a target of 7.9% of GDP. Total expenditure on commitment basis at the end of June 2026, 0% of GDP, at a target of 9.9% of GDP. Primary expenditure, which excludes interest payment, was 6.6% of GDP by June 2026, compared to half-year target of 8.1% of GDP. At 1.3% of GDP as at the end of June 2026 against the half-year target of 1.8% of GDP, indicating that we have saved on interest about 0.5% of GDP. Rate and improved debt management. Mr. Speaker, this performance reflects the resolve of this administration to make difficult decisions, implement them consistently, and maintain unwavering fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, I now move to public debt. At the end of June 2026, domestic debt accounted for 54.4% of Ghana's total public debt portfolio, while external debt accounted for 45.6%. On the 17th of February 2026, government honored the 6th domestic debt exchange program coupon payment of 10.1 billion on time and in full. Mr. Speaker, the 7th DDEP coupon payment of 10.8 billion cedis falls due on the 18th of August 2026. Let me use this opportunity to assure this House that it will be paid. Mr. Speaker, since January 2025, government has paid a total of $2.1 billion in principal and interest to Eurobond holders without placing on Ghana's foreign exchange reserves. Right, Honorable Speaker, there was a time when the world doubted us. Today, every payment made on time answers that doubt, assuring bondholders in London, pension funds in New York, and investors at home that our word is our bond. Payment after payment, coupon after coupon, Ghana is proving one thing beyond dispute. We now keep our word. We now keep our word. That is how market confidence is rebuilt, not through speeches, but through repayment. Mr. Speaker, financial markets have delivered their verdict on Ghana's disciplined fiscal policies and prudent debt management. Right, Honorable Speaker, borrowing costs are down by half. In other words, government is borrowing less. That alone has saved us, this country, 4.2 billion cedis in just 6 months. Mr. Speaker, as Treasury bill rates decline, lending rates across the banking sector are also falling, making it cheaper for households, entrepreneurs, and businesses to borrow, invest, and expand, and at the same time, create jobs. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's Eurobond yields have fallen by about 300 basis points since the beginning of the year. This is not just a number. It is the market vote of confidence in our economy and our reforms. 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, Ghana could not borrow on the international capital market at any price. Today, the market is inviting us back, but we are not in hurry. We are not in hurry. Right, Honorable Speaker, 3 years ago, Ghana could not borrow on the international capital market at any price. Today, the market is inviting us back, but I want to assure you, we are not in hurry. 3 years ago, unsustainable debt defined our crisis. Today, our debt to GDP ratio has fallen to 45% and still declining, ahead of every target. It's not finished. Debt rule requires continuous vigilance, but the direction is right, the momentum is real, and the foundation is solid. Solid. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's external debt restructuring, initiated after the sovereign debt default of 2022, is now at its final stage. In just 3.5 years, Ghana has moved from debt distress to debt sustainability. from market exclusion to a renewed investor confidence. This is an achievement every Ghanaian can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, following the 2022 public debt default and relied heavily and solely on treasury bills to finance the budget, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has now overcome what the economists describe as the original sin, which is the inability of a country to borrow over the long term in its own currency. Mr. Speaker, 3 years restriction on new cedi bond issuance introduced as a result of the debt default caused this original sin. Mr. Speaker, in April 2026, Ghana successfully raised $2.7 billion through its first 7-year cedi-denominated bond since the 2022 debt default. This marks an important step in rebuilding the domestic bond market and restoring long-term financing in our own currency. This further demonstrates that Ghana has regained the ability to mobilize long-term financing in its own currency for development. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm proud to announce that Ghana has now overcome the original sin. Mr. Speaker, we have overcome the original sin. While Ghana's debt restructuring is nearing completion, prudent debt management requires us to look beyond today to tomorrow's obligation. Mr. Speaker, in 2027, DDEP bonds that will fall due is 58 billion Ghana cedis. Another 53 billion Ghana cedis will fall due in 2028. In 2 years alone, Ghana has to repay 111 billion cedis. 111. Mr. Speaker, this is the true Agenda 111. 111 Ghana must deal with.
The best place for you. We offer trade.
Mr. Speaker, this is the true Agenda 111. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the true Agenda 111 Ghana must deal with. To solve the problem. This again. This is the true Agenda 111 Ghana must deal with. Why? Because the domestic debt exchange program it was upon it deliberately, knowingly, and cynically, unfortunately. Architect mortgage tomorrow to survive today. Mr. Speaker, they had a duty to fix the roof. Instead, they moved the leak to another room and declared the house repaired. Right Honorable Speaker, meeting obligations of this magnitude requires advanced planning, not last-minute scrambling. This is precisely why this government has strengthened the sinking fund to set aside money to repay future debt obligations that we inherited. Under the 2026-2029 medium-term debt management strategy, we pledge that 7% of non-oil tax revenue, together with proceeds from domestic bond issuance, will go into the sinking fund as a war chest for the 2027 and 2028 maturities. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that I can report to this House that as at 22nd of July, yesterday, the war chest holds 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we are on course to accumulate 30 billion cedis in the sinking fund by the end of the year 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, for your information, to repay the 30 billion domestic debt exchange program debt that will fall due in February 2027. Mr. Speaker, brick by brick, city by city, we are building the wall that will meet the wave so that when 2027 and 2028 comes, Ghana will not scramble. Ghana will simply pay back this debt. This is the signal the sinking fund sent to investors, credit rating agencies, and the people of Ghana, making it clear that this government plans ahead, honors its commitment, and manages the public finances better. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the financial sector. Government acted decisively in July 2025 to restore confidence and stability in Ghana's banking sector by fully recapitalizing the National Investment Bank, the Agricultural Development Bank, and the Consolidated Bank. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Ghana Amalgamated completed the full recapitalization of UMB Bank. In addition, government Prudential Bank through a private sector-led approach. Right, Honorable Speaker, UMB and stands fully capitalized and primed for business. So, Speaker, we want to use this opportunity to encourage individuals, businesses, and institutions to take advantage of the revitalized UMB and Prudential Bank and bank with them. So, Speaker, Mr. Speaker, yes. The 2023 Domestic Debt Exchange Program had a impact on the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet, substantially weakening its capital and resulting in a negative net equity position. To restore the bank's financial strength, the government and the Bank of Ghana signed a memorandum of understanding on 6th January 2025 to recapitalize the bank over time. Consistent with the commitment in the MOU, and as a result of this government resolve to restore the bank's financial position, government issued the Bank of Ghana of $5.5 billion as cedis to the Bank of Ghana in March 2026 to strengthen the bank's. Going forward, the government of Ghana will make annual provision to capitalize the bank's equity. Bank 2025 at 11:58. Mr. Speaker, while government is helping to restore the Bank of Ghana's capital, the bank itself will undertake a comprehensive operational efficiency review to reduce costs, strengthen financial management, and rebuild its long-term financial sustainability. Mr. Speaker, to implement the Ghana Accelerated Reserve Accumulation Policy, government the cost of the program from an average of 14.5% of gold purchase to 5%. Mr. Speaker, government is bearing the cost and has accommodated 5 billion cedis in the 2026 from international shocks. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update of the implementation of the fiscal policies that this House approved for us. Right, Honorable Speaker, 6 months ago, this House approved an ambitious program of fiscal reforms. Today, I'm pleased to report that implementation is well underway. Key milestones have been achieved, and the reforms are already delivering measurable results. On the revenue side, government is targeting an increase in non-oil tax revenue from 13.1% of GDP in 2025 to 14.1% of GDP in 2026, 1% increase, through improved compliance, broader tax basis, and enhanced revenue administration, and not through higher taxes. So, Speaker, we will achieve it. On the expenditure side, government remains firmly committed to keeping spending within approved limits while improving its efficiency and effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the individual tax reforms. Mr. Speaker, this government introduced the most ambitious reforms to Ghana's VAT system in over a decade to eliminate long-standing distortions, improve efficiency, and support business growth. We abolished COVID-19 health recovery levy. We decoupled Get Fund levy and the National Health Insurance levy from the VAT base, making both eligible for input tax deduction. We reduced the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. We abolished VAT on recognizance and prospecting for minerals. We raised VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000, relieving thousands of micro and small businesses of the obligation to register for and charge VAT. And we extended the zero rating of locally manufactured textiles to 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms have simplified VAT systems, removed distortions, lowered the tax burden, and strengthened the foundation for improved compliance. Mr. Speaker, reforming the tax law was only the first step. Government is now leveraging technology to transform revenue administration and improve compliance. The cross-border technology solution for collecting VAT from non-resident platforms was successfully piloted in April 2026. The pilot confirmed that the system is functional, stable, secure, and compliant with regulatory requirements. Government is now moving decisively to secure the necessary regulatory approval for its nationwide rollout. Upon full deployment, Mr. Speaker, the system is projected to generate about 2.3 billion Ghana cedis in its first full year of operation, with revenue expected to grow by about 20% annually. Mr. Speaker, this is sustainable revenue without increasing tax rates. It simply ensures that cross-border digital platforms earning income from Ghanaian customers pay their fair share of taxes. Mr. Speaker, government is also rolling out fiscal electronic devices to strengthen VAT compliance and improve the monitoring of taxable transactions. The pilot phase is at an advanced stage. To encourage participation and improve compliance, government will also introduce the VAT reward scheme, under which customers who obtain valid VAT invoice will qualify for periodic reward. This will actively involve every Ghanaian in protecting the nation's tax base. Mr. Speaker, this is how a tax culture is built, not through fear, but through participation, transparency, and reward. Right, Honorable Speaker, the concept of fiscal electronic device was first proposed by the previous NDC administration in 2026. But, Mr. Speaker, the previous NPP administration deserves commendation for enacting the necessary enabling legislation. Mr. Speaker, the taxation, the use of fiscal electronic device Act 2018, Act 999, laying an important legal foundation for this reform. Mr. Speaker, 8 years on, this government is taking the decisive step of implementing the reforms. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the enabling legislation, the taxation, the use of fiscal electronic device Act 2018, Act 966 was introduced in 2018 by the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity to commend them. 8 years on, this government is taking the decisive step of implementing the reform. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the chairman and the ranking members of the Finance and the Budget Committee of Parliament have been invited to provide strategic oversight for the implementation of this important national reform. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Ghana currently loses an estimated 60% of its potential VAT revenue through non-compliance and systemic inefficiencies. This is unacceptable. Losing 60% of the VAT that you are supposed to collect to develop your country. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. It cannot continue, and under this government, this will not continue. I call on Parliament to support government to crack down on businesses and individuals who collect VAT from taxpayers and keep it instead of remitting it to the state. Mr. Speaker, fiscal electronic devices will help improve VAT collection, reduce revenue leakages, and ensure that businesses account properly for VAT they collect. Mr. Speaker, government has completed a comprehensive review of the Customs Act and the Excise Act. The bills are being laid before this House as part of the Media Fiscal Policy Review. I respectfully urge honourable members to give Customs and Excise Bill the expeditious consideration it deserves, so that these important reforms can be implemented without delay. Right Honourable Speaker, trade facilitation must never become a vehicle for tax evasion. Yet, Mr. Speaker, between 2020 and 2025, while 63% of taxable income entered directly into home consumption, the remaining 37% passed through customs suspense framework, including warehousing, transit, temporary admission, and free zones. These procedures exist to facilitate legitimate trade. However, Mr. Speaker, they have increasingly been exploited to evade duties and divert goods into domestic market without paying a single tax in return. Mr. Speaker, the cost extends far beyond lost revenue. Honest Ghanaian businesses and manufacturers are being forced to compete with imported goods that entered the domestic market through tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair competition. It is an unfair burden on every law-abiding Ghanaian businesses. It must end. It must end now. Mr. Speaker, the Customs Bill before this House introduced bold reforms to close these loopholes and restore the integrity of Ghana's customs administration. To curb the abuse of warehousing, Mr. Speaker, government will introduce statutory maximum warehousing period as follows. Perishable goods, 3 months. General goods, 6 months. Raw materials, 12 months. Re-warehousing, Mr. Speaker, will be restricted to a maximum of 6 months, ending the practice of rolling warehousing. In addition, every bonded warehouse will be required to operate electronic inventory system linked to customs to enable real-time monitoring and audit control. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely administrative adjustments. They are structural reforms designed to accelerate revenue collection, reduce port congestion, improve compliance, and provide greater certainty for legitimate businesses. Government is also introducing the first port duty rule. Under this reform, Mr. Speaker, duties and taxes on goods declared for transit will become due at the first port of entry, removing one of the biggest avenues for false declaration and revenue leakages. Mr. Speaker, this simply means, Mr. Speaker, if you are to bring in something and you are to inform the customs official that the goods is destined to say Burkina Faso customs will be at the Tema port to collect their taxes before you move. This will end the practice of Aponchi break. Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, appropriate customs to customs arrangement with destination countries will ensure that legitimate transit trade continues seamlessly whilst protecting Ghana's revenue. Right Honourable Speaker, Free Zones regime was established to promote export-led industrialization, not to serve as a duty-free trading and storage hub. Unfortunately, over the time, that objective has been undermined by abuse of the regime and weak controls over the use of raw materials. Ghana's free zones will once again serve their original purpose: build domestic industry, expand export, and create quality jobs for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, government will also strengthen import declaration and valuation by mandating the use of appropriate tax identification number for all importers. Mr. Speaker, downstream petroleum operations have for too long operated with fragmented controls and weak integration into customs systems. Mr. Speaker, bunkering and ship stores regime have consequently become vulnerable to diversion, under declaration and smuggling. This economy can no longer afford these leakages. Mr. Speaker, government would therefore enforce the statutory requirement for bank guarantee on the lifting of refined petroleum products and require product movement to be undertaken by only through approved pipelines and electronically tracked distribution system. Mr. Speaker, government will also remove the tax exemption on bunkering services in line with international practice to curb smuggling, strengthen compliance, and protect much needed revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to excise duties. The evidence for reform is equally compelling in the area of excise duties. Analysis of wine and spirit imported between 2023 and 2025 shows a taxable revenue of over 5 billion Ghana cedis. However, about 78%, worth 4 billion Ghana cedis, entered customs procedures such as warehousing and transit. In other words, almost 4 out of every 5 cedis of the potential excise tax based on wine and spirit escaped the tax net. Mr. Speaker, only 1 cedi out of every 5 cedi was subjected to excise duty. That is neither efficient nor sustainable, and this must change. The excise duty bill before this House introduced a comprehensive package of reforms to close these leakages. Mr. Speaker, we will crack down this leakage. Right Honorable Speaker, specifically, government will introduce a hybrid excise system combining value-based and quantity-based taxation for wines and spirits to eliminate persistent undervaluation and misclassification and ensure a minimum level of tax is paid regardless of the declared value. Mr. Speaker, we will review the existing sliding scale excise rates for beer and stout products to better align them with government revenue objectives while preserving the incentive for local production. Right Honorable Speaker, strengthening compliance through mandatory electronic registration of stockists, a nationwide track and trace system, penalties of up to 3 times the excise duty for tampering, and enforcing the law on requiring bank guarantees and abolishing, Mr. Speaker, the payment of 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juice. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juices introduced in 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, this is to support agro-processing and job creation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the Publican AI trade solution. Technology is already transforming customs administration. The Publican AI trade solution was fully deployed in March 2026, and the results has been remarkable. Mr. Speaker, between the pilot phase, January and February, and the full rollout phase, March to 17 July 2026, the Publican AI trade solution increased assessed customs collection by over $300 million, representing 17.5% uplift over the values originally declared by importers. Mr. Speaker, Publican increased the aggregate declared costs, insurance and freight value of imports by approximately 6.3%, but increased the assessed collection by 17.5%. Since deployment, Mr. Speaker, the system has analyzed approximately 366,000 import declarations nearly 1 in every 4, representing 24%, triggered more than one valuation risk indicator, requiring further review by customs officials. Before the deployment of the Publican AI, many of these declarations would have been cleared without scrutiny, leading to substantially revenue losses. Mr. Speaker, the positive impact on customs revenue collection has been massive. Mr. Speaker, in March 2026 alone, Publican increased the assessed collection by 73.44 million United States dollars, representing an uplift of 25.7%. Mr. Speaker, this was followed by additional assessed collection of 51.63 million in April 2026, 72.5 million in May, and 55.82 million in June, and 35.17 million for the first 17 days of July. Mr. Speaker, the impact is also reflecting in monthly customs revenue, which has increased from an average of approximately 4 billion Ghana cedis in 2025 to between 5.3 billion Ghana cedis and 5.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2026. So, Speaker, let me take this again. In 2024, an average monthly customs collection was 4 billion Ghana cedis. Today, the average monthly customs collection has moved to 5.3 billion cedis to 5.5 billion Ghana cedis. Despite the significant appreciation of the cedi and no major increase in volumes. Mr. Speaker, I have included some of the cases identified by the Publican system in the media review document. Mr. Speaker, it is mind-blowing. Right Honorable Speaker, in each instance, the declared value was only a fraction of the value assessed by the AI Publican system. Mr. Speaker, I now give you update on expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, government is proposing further reforms to the public procurement, Mr. Speaker, in 3 different areas. First, the first reform is shortening procurement lead times. Mr. Speaker, the second reform is to limit the use of single source procurement, and the third is to tighten restricted tendering. Right Honorable Speaker, government will shorten procurement timelines. The lead time for national competitive tendering for goods will be reduced from 23 weeks to 8 weeks. Mr. Speaker, international competitive tendering for works will be reduced from 27 weeks to 14 weeks. Mr. Speaker, competitive tendering must remain the norm. Restricted tendering and single source procurement must be the exception. Government will therefore tighten the rules governing these exceptional procurement methods, strengthening oversight and improve accountability to ensure greater transparency and better value for money. Single source procurement will be permitted only in genuine exceptional circumstances, such as emergencies, national security, or where only one supplier is capable of delivering the required goods, works, and services. Right Honorable Speaker, urgency arising from poor planning will no longer be treated as an emergency. Government will also strengthen accountability by introducing sanctions for approvals granted in breach of the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will speed up project delivery, strengthen competition, improve value for money, and reduce opportunities for procurement abuses. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to flood response and mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, following the widespread flooding that affected Greater Accra and other parts of the country in June 2026, government sought parliamentary approval to draw 350 million from the contingency fund to finance emergency response intervention. On the 30th of June 2026, the Finance Committee of Parliament, acting under Article 1771 of the Constitution, approved the request. However, Mr. Speaker, government was unable to access the funds because the contingency fund was subject to a Ganashi order issued by the Accra High Court. Mr. Speaker, given the urgency of protecting lives, providing humanitarian relief to affected communities and restoring critical infrastructure. Government reallocated 350 million from the contingency vote under the control of the Minister of Finance in the 2026 budget to the Disaster Management Committee under the Ministry of Interior to finance the emergency responses. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen flood mitigation efforts across the country, government also reallocated 226 million within the budget of the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources to implement additional flood control and mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to improving urban mobility and providing safe, reliable, and affordable public transport for Ghanaians. To this end, government is reallocating 400 million Ghana cedis for the acquisition of high occupancy buses to strengthen the fleet of state-owned transport companies, including Metro Mass Transit and the State Transport Company. Mr. Speaker, this intervention will expand public transport capacity, particularly along high-demand urban and intercity routes, reducing long passenger queues during peak hours, and provide commuters with more reliable and efficient alternative to private vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the update on key policy initiatives that this House approved. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now report on the implementation on some of the government key policy initiatives during the first half of 2026. First, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's crude oil production declined sharply from 71.4 billion barrels in 2019 to about 36 million barrels in 2025. To reverse this decline, government has introduced investor-friendly reforms that have already secured more than $3.5 billion in new investment commitments from the Jubilee and OCTP partners. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms are already delivering results. Oil production has exceeded expectation this year, with Jubilee increasing from a projected 68,000 barrels to about 95,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, Power Sankofa is now producing about 28,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, gas production has also increased from 245 million to about 282 million standard cubic feet per day. And Mr. Speaker, a new agreement with the OCTP partners will increase gas production further to 350 million standard cubic feet per day. Government is also updating the laws governing the upstream petroleum sector to make Ghana more attractive for investment, with a proposed amendment to be submitted to this Parliament before the year end. Right, Honorable Speaker, government remains firmly committed to its gas-to-power strategy, which is replacing expensive light crude oil with cleaner and cheaper natural gas. This transition is expected to reduce electricity generation costs by at least 75%. I am pleased to report that by the end of June 2026, government has increased gas supply for power generation by an additional 35 million standard cubic feet per day, bringing total supply to about 490 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. The increase comprises 10 million standard cubic feet per day from the OCTP partners led by ANI and 25 million standard cubic feet per day from the NGAS. Mr. Speaker, this strategic shift is already delivering significant savings. By replacing light crude oil with natural gas, government saved about 3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to $268.8 million in fuel costs during the first half of 2026. Mr. Speaker, government in partnership with the private sector is developing 100 million standard cubic feet per day modular gas processing facility. Land acquisition has been completed, powered environmental assessment, engineering design, financial due diligence, and project structuring are underway. Mr. Speaker, this will be submitted to Parliament for consideration. Financial close is expected by end of 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project is expected to create nearly 1,000 jobs and generate about $2 billion in benefits to the state over the next 5 years through fuel savings, foreign exchange savings, taxes, levies, and dividends. Mr. Speaker, I now report on our 1,200 megawatt state-owned power plant. Right, Honorable Speaker, government is also developing a 1,200 megawatt state-owned combined cycle gas-fired power plant at Kafudidi Abrodano in the Commander Edna Eguafo Ebrim municipality. Mr. Speaker, feasibility studies have confirmed the project viability with environmental engineering and permitting processes progressing steadily. The first 600 megawatt phase is expected to be commissioned in 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, to reduce costs, government secured the gas turbines directly from GE Vernova, achieving savings of between 35% and 45% compared with third-party procurement. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will lower electricity generation costs, help reduce electricity tariff by 10 to 20%, and create more than 2,000 direct and indirect jobs during the first phase. So, Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. Government Big Push Infrastructure Program is driving the largest coordinated investment in strategic transport infrastructure in recent years, with projects underway in all 16 regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, work has commenced on 87 projects, comprising 74 trunk roads and bridges, 10 urban roads and 3 feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, by end of June 2026, 13 projects had reached at least 50% completion, including 6 projects that had exceeded 75%, while a further 15 projects had progressed beyond 25% completion. Significant progress has been made on key corridors, including the Kaswa-Winneba, Takrade-Aguna Junction, Ofanko in Sawom, Tepagoso, Adentando-Dua, Tema Aflao, Penny Aflao, Wenchi Sola, Atimpoku Ho Aflao, Tumu Han Laura, Tumu Navrongo, and Winneba Cape Coast Takrade roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, the construction of the Swami Interchange Phase 2, the Sunyani, Tamale, and Kumasi Outer Ring Road are progressing. Mr. Speaker, feeder road projects in the Eastern Volta region are also improving access to farming communities and market access. During the second half of the year, government will fast-track project nearing completion. Mr. Speaker, improve contractor performance and remove bottlenecks to ensure they are completed on time. Right, Honorable Speaker, I take you to the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway remains the flagship under the Big Push program. It involves the construction of 176-kilometer, 6-lane bi-directional expressway linking Ghana's 2 largest commercial cities. When completed, Mr. Speaker, the expressway will reduce travel time between Accra and Kumasi to about 2 hours, improve road safety, ease congestion, lower transport costs, and feature modern interchanges, bridges, intelligent transport system, electronic tolling, emergency response facilities, and rest spots. Mr. Speaker, government has made substantial progress in the project preparation. As of 22nd July 2026, yesterday, the Ghana Armed Forces have cleared 122 kilometers, representing about 70% of the 120-meter wide right-of-way in just 12 weeks. Mr. Speaker, the entire corridor is expected to be cleared by the first week of September 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, compensation assessment, environmental studies, engineering design, feasibility works are progressing simultaneously. The feasibility study and detailed engineering design are expected to be completed by end of August 2026, next month. Mr. Speaker, with procurement for the main construction contract to commence in September 2026. Mr. Speaker, as of 2nd of July 2026, $1.7 billion United States dollars have been deposited into a dedicated Accra-Kumasi Expressway account at the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, as at yesterday, 22nd of July 2026, the government of Ghana has deposited $1.7 billion United States dollars into an account, a dedicated account at the Bank of Ghana solely for this project. The funds have been ring-fenced and will be used only after the main construction contract is awarded. I can share it. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore confident that all the requirements for this transformational project, including the resources, the money, will be in place when His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama cut the sword for the construction of the project to begin. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Achia-Manfom, and also Achia-Manfom Bridge. Right Honourable Speaker, for centuries, the people of Afram Plains have relied on ferries to cross the Afram River. While these ferries have served the area for many years, frequent delays and seasonal disruptions have impeded easy access and movement of people, goods, and the provision of essential services. The Adosu Achia-Manfom Bridge, a 3.6-kilometer permanent bridge, will be the longest in Ghana and will replace the ferries, providing a safe, reliable, and all-weather crossing. As part of Ghana's big push infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it will connect the Kwewu-Afram Plains to the national road network and unlock the significant potential of one of Ghana's most important food baskets. The bridge will make it easier for farmers to transport maize, cassava, yam, rice, and other produce to market, reducing travel time. It will also improve access to healthcare, education, and other essential services, while creating jobs, attracting investment, and supporting food security. Expected to be completed by end of 2028, the Adosu Achia-Manfom Bridge is a gateway to opportunities, bringing communities closer to markets, services, and better future. The Speaker, the Dambai Bridge. Works is also progressing on the Dambai Bridge, a critical project that will provide a permanent crossing between Dambai and Dodi-Kope and strengthen transport along the Eastern Corridor. The Speaker, the project comprises 1.49-kilometer bridge and approximately 6.8 kilometer of approach roads. The Speaker, at the end of June 2026, fiscal progress had reached 6%, slightly ahead of schedule, with foundation work and construction of the temporary bridge already underway. Right Honourable Speaker, I now take you to the 1,000-kilometer agriculture enclave road, of which Parliament approved 2 days ago. Mr. Speaker, government has begun the implementation of the agriculture enclave road program. Government is investing $528 million United States dollars, equivalent in cedis, to rehabilitate 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads across 4 major agriculture producing corridors. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to rehabilitate 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads, ensure 100% of rehabilitated roads are maintained under performance-based contract, expand the National Road Asset Management Database to achieve 100% coverage, create approximately 25,000 direct and indirect jobs, including at least 7,500 jobs for women, and reduce travel time by over 40% on paved roads and 30% on unpaved roads. Mr. Speaker, the first phase will involve the rehabilitation of 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads to be undertaken across 4 agriculture clusters covering 13 regions of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, Cluster 1 will cover 300 kilometers of roads in Upper West, Northern Region, and Savannah regions, and that will be 300 kilometers. Clusters 2, Mr. Speaker, will rehabilitate 300 kilometers of roads in the Oti, Volta, and the Eastern regions. Mr. Speaker, Cluster 3 will also rehabilitate 250 kilometers of roads in Ashanti, Bono East, and Eastern region. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Cluster 4 will cover 200 kilometers of roads in Western North, Western, Central, and Ahafo region. Mr. Speaker, these investments will improve connectivity between farms and markets, reduce post-harvest losses, lower transport costs, and support agricultural transformation in some of Ghana's most productive farming areas. Mr. Speaker, I take you to the oil palm. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to transforming Ghana's oil palm industry into a major driver of industrialization, export growth, import substitution, and rural employment. A key pillar of the integrated oil palm development policy is the establishment of a sustainability compliant oil palm land banks to de-risk private sector investment and accelerate the development of large-scale plantation integrated with smallholder and outgrower schemes. So, Speaker, implementation of this initiative is progressing steadily. The Ministry of Land and Natural Resources, working in collaboration with the private sector and other relevant institutions, have reviewed over 270,000 hectares of land in the Western region. Right Honorable Speaker, drone survey have been completed on over 117,000 hectares, whilst 46,000 hectares have been selected for detailed land use change analysis. To date, assessment has been completed on 16,000 hectares, of which approximately 10,780 hectares have been identified as suitable for sustainable oil palm development. Right Honorable Speaker, these areas are now undergoing the required environmental, social, and sustainable assessment, including high conservation value, high carbon stock, and free, prior, and informed consent (FPIC) processes in line with the international standard. Mr. Speaker, similar mapping, land documentation activities have commenced in the Central region, with preparatory work underway in Eastern and Volta region. Based on the current assessment, Mr. Speaker, the Western region alone is expected to provide approximately 30,000 hectares of land for the first phase of the development. Mr. Speaker, as work expands nationwide, the land bank has the potential to exceed 100,000 hectares across Ghana's oil palm growing belt. Mr. Speaker, this initiative will unlock significant private sector investment, create over 250 direct and indirect jobs across the value chain, and strengthen smallholder participation, increase domestic crude oil palm production, reduce import dependency, and position Ghana as a leading hub for oil palm processing and exports. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to work with stakeholders to ensure that this program is implemented responsibly, sustainably, and in a manner that delivers lasting benefit to our communities and the national economy. Now listen, Mr. Speaker, government is also finalizing the $500 million United States dollars integrated oil palm development financing agreement with the World Bank for on-lending to the private sector for the development of large-scale commercial oil palm plantation. We expect to conclude and present it to this House by the end of this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, we expect to bring it for approval by the end of this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of Government Feed Ghana program, we have commenced the establishment of the 50 farmer service centers across the country to improve farmers' access to mechanization and extension services. To support this initiative, government has deposited 551 million Ghana cedis into an escrow account at the Bank of Ghana to establish the letters of credit for the procurement of 1,840 units of agricultural machineries and equipment. These include tractors, trailers, power tillers, plows, cultivators, seed drills, sprayers, fertilizer spreaders, and combine harvesters, which will significantly improve farm productivity, reduce production costs, and enhance food security. Mr. Speaker, cocoa sector reforms. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector remains a cornerstone of Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is serving as a major source of export earnings and livelihood for millions of Ghanaians, particularly in rural Ghana. Mr. Speaker, since the enactment of the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81, the Ghana cocoa industry has undergone significant transformation. To modernize the governance and financing of the sector, government will submit a new Cocoa Board bill to Parliament to repeal and replace the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81. Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation will introduce a new producer pricing mechanism that aligns producer price with movement in international cocoa price, exchange rate development, and other relevant market conditions. We will also guarantee the cocoa farmer not less than 70% of gross free on board price. Mr. Speaker, we will also seek to establish a new financing framework for cocoa purchases and related operations and restore the long-term financial sustainability and operational efficiency of Ghana Cocoa Board. The bill will also ensure that not less than 50% of cocoa beans produced in Ghana is processed here in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we will also restrain Ghana Cocoa Board from taking part in quasi-fiscal activities. Right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will place Ghana's cocoa sector on a stronger financial footing, improve returns to cocoa farmer, ensure value addition, and position the industry for sustainable long-term growth. So, Speaker, I now take you to transforming secondary education and eliminating the double track. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana the education remains one of the most powerful investments we can make in the future of our country. Government is therefore taking bold steps to transform secondary education through a $300 million United States World Bank financing. So, Speaker, under this $300 million United States World Bank financing initiative, government will undertake 210 major infrastructure interventions across the country. These include, Mr. Speaker, we are building 10 new secondary schools. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will rehabilitate 150 secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we are upgrading 30 Category C secondary schools to become a Category B school. Mr. Speaker, aside, we are also upgrading 20 Category B schools to be part of Category A. Mr. Speaker, we are also going to procure furniture to support these schools that we are upgrading and ensure that every school child going to any of our secondary schools benefit from textbooks free of charge. Mr. Speaker, 10 new secondary schools will be strategically distributed to improve access in the underserved areas. 1 new school each will be constructed in Western North, Greater Accra, Volta, Oti, Northern, Upper East, Upper West, Savannah, and Central Region. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to benefit about 2.3 million students, over 100,000 teachers, and about 2,000 school leaders across the country. The project will support government effort to eliminate the double track within 2 calendar years. Mr. Speaker, improved learning outcomes, particularly in mathematics and science, expand female participation in STEM and TVET education, and equip our young people with the digital, technical, and green skills required for the jobs of the future. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to free primary health care. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to quality primary health care, regardless of income or location. Following the launch of the free primary health care policy in April 2026, the first phase of implementation is targeting 150 underserved districts across the country. Mr. Speaker, government has distributed more than 24,000 pieces of medical equipment to strengthen diagnostics, emergency, maternal, and neonatal care. Mr. Speaker, we have also deployed motorbikes, tricycles, and mobile outreach equipment to improve healthcare delivery in hard-to-reach communities. In addition, community screening for hypertension, diabetes, cancer, and other non-communicable diseases has been expanded, while the establishment of health kiosks, container-based health posts, and upgrading of existing primary healthcare facilities are underway. Women's Development Bank, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, government has made progress towards the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. On the 26th of January 2026, the bank was formally incorporated as WDB Ghana Limited. Mr. Speaker, following its incorporation, government applied to the Bank of Ghana for the requisite banking license to enable the bank commence operations. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the capital requirement for licensing, the Ministry of Finance has deposited an amount of 400 million Ghana cedis into an account with the Bank of Ghana as the initial capital for the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, the Women's Development Bank is expected to commence full operations before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, and I'll bring you to the conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, in recent times, a narrative has emerged suggesting that this government is not spending enough. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. Far from standing still, we have been steadily and responsibly deploying resources guided by the simple but firm principle that we can only spend what we have, and we spend it wisely and with the future of our nation in view. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, allow me to lay before this House a clear account of some of the expenditure we have made so far to support government programs across the sectors approved in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, first, to compensate public sector workers, an amount of 48.8 billion Ghana cedis for compensation of employees has been paid, including 4 billion Ghana cedis as contribution to SNIT and 2 billion Ghana cedis as Tier 2 pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, to honor our debt obligation, an amount of 21.5 billion for interest has been paid. To honor our international debt obligation, an amount of $700 million for Eurobond debt service and interest have also been paid. To restore confidence on our financial systems, an amount of 10 billion Ghana cedis to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to deepen fiscal decentralization, an amount of 4.4 billion cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund, representing the first 2 quarters of the year, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the National Health Insurance Scheme strong and vibrant, an amount of 4.5 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. To strengthen specialized health care, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to Mahama Cares has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to support quality and access education and accessible education, an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year to the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to strengthen free secondary education program and ease the burden on families, and an amount of 1.8 billion cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to improve road maintenance, an amount of 1.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support job creation for young people, an amount of 459 million Ghana cedis to the Youth Employment Agency has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again to support petroleum sector, an amount of 961 million Ghana cedis to the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote development in mining communities and mining institutions, an amount of 458 million to the Mineral Development Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the light on across the country, an amount of 7.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to clear legacy arrests, to clear your arrest, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5.3 billion Ghana cedis has been paid to, Mr. Speaker, to give remaining to free compulsory basic education, an amount of 76 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support the most vulnerable in our society, an amount of 485 million Ghana cedis to NIP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to provide nutritious meal and keep our children in school, an amount of 877 million to the Ghana School Feeding Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to ease the burden on families, an amount of 46 million for BEC registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to remove financial barriers to tertiary education, an amount of 537 million for the no-fee stress policy has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to support teachers, the teacher trainees, an amount of 104 million as teacher training allowance has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to support nursing training, an amount of 144 million as nursing training allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen grassroots governance, an amount of 93 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote skills development and entrepreneur, an amount of 45 million for the National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support Ghana's participation in the 2026 FIFA World Cup, an amount of 58 million has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support environmental sustainability, an amount of 477.4 million to ARICOPS
has been paid. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our campaign promise, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for flagship programs, including food buffer stock, fertilizers, certified seed distribution, Feed Ghana, irrigation infrastructure, has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to modernize agriculture through the establishment of the Farmer Service Center, an amount of 551 million into an escrow account for the establishment of a letter of credit has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to support infrastructure development, an amount of 11.5 billion Ghana cedis as capital expenditure has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to improve road infrastructure, an amount of 6.5 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push infrastructure program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support education delivery, an amount of 915 million for goods and services under the Ministry of Education, including sanitary pads, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to ensure smooth and effective functioning of government, an amount of 7.9 billion Ghana cedis for goods and services have been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to protect our rivers, forest reserves and agricultural lands against the Galamsey menace, an amount of 16 million to the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end where I began, not with numbers, but with reflection. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end where I began, not with a number, but with a reflection. Right Honorable Speaker, before this administration took office, this country stood at the edge of an economic cliff. The city was in free fall. Inflation has raised 50%. Our sovereign debt rated junk. Our access to the world capital market had been cut off. And for the 17th time in our history, Ghana turned to the IMF for a bailout. Mr. Speaker, that was the Ghana we inherited. Today, inflation stands at 5.3%. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, has stabilized. Economic growth is above 6% and broad-based. Our debt to GDP is now 45%, years ahead of schedule. The primary balance is in surplus, not in deficit. Interest rates have declined significantly, and Ghana has successfully completed the final review of the IMF bailout program. Mr. Speaker, we promised to move this economy from the emergency room to the wellness center. Mr. Speaker, we have kept that promise. Mr. Speaker, I give this House my firm assurance this economy will never return to the emergency room under our watch. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to give this House my firm assurance that this economy will never return to the emergency room under our watch. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. These achievements do not belong to government. They belong to the people of Ghana. Behind every number in this statement is the sacrifice of an ordinary Ghanaian. The pensioner who accepted painful and crude haircuts on a lifetime savings. The bank and businesses that absorbed extraordinary losses and costs. Millions of citizens who endured difficult adjustments so that their country could recover. And the market trader, the nurse, the teacher, the entrepreneur, and the young graduate who lived through some of the hardest months in our recent history and never gave up on his country. Mr. Speaker, stabilization was not won in this chamber alone. It was won in homes, on farms, in workshops, in marketplaces, and through the patience and resilience of the Ghanaian people. This administration will never take that sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, we know that inflation alone does not refill an empty pot. We know that a stronger cedi does not instantly repair a household budget strained by years of economic mismanagement and crisis. And we also know that there is still a distance between recovery and a relief at the kitchen table. But we also know this, Mr. Speaker, your sacrifice was not in vain. It secures something priceless, a firm foundation for our dear country. And on that foundation, we will build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, to every Ghanaian who endured, to the market woman in Kejitia, the farmer in Busuno, the teacher in Wa, the entrepreneur in Sekendi Takrade, and every young person still searching for the opportunity they deserve, I say, on behalf of His Excellency President Mahama, thank you. Your sacrifice is the reason Ghana is standing today. Your future is the reason we refuse to stop here. Mr. Speaker, let me now speak the hard truth that discipline demands. Right Honorable Speaker, stability is not a trophy to be worn once and displayed forever. It is a garden. It must be tended every single day or we lose it. Ghana has traveled this road before. We have stabilized, celebrated, relaxed, and unfortunately relapsed. 17 times we turned to the IMF for a bailout. We are determined that the 17th time shall be the last. But that determination cannot rest on the shoulders of the government alone. This is my call to every Ghanaian. The gains we have secured are national gains. They demand a national commitment to protect them. Mr. Speaker, it means paying your taxes so that our schools, hospitals, roads are financed increasingly from our own resources rather than by unsustainable borrowings. It means demanding value for money for every cedi of public expenditure and refusing to look away when public resources are wasted. Mr. Speaker, it means holding this government and every government that follows to the fiscal rules we have written into law. Mr. Speaker, fiscal discipline can no longer be a policy of a minister. It must become the culture of our country. Mr. Speaker, stabilization can never be the destination. And stabilization was never the destination. It was only the price of entry. Ghana has paid that price. What comes next is the work that changes life at scale, the work of transformation. Through the new economy that His Excellency President Mahama will unveil, we will build an economy that does not merely withstand shocks, but create jobs, generate wealth, and grow on the strength of what Ghana produces. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. Right, Honorable Speaker, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. The money we manage does not belong to those entrusted to manage it. It belongs to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it belongs to you and belongs to all of us. Every city collected in taxes, every city borrowed, and every city spent carries with it a sacred obligation to use it wisely, honestly, but always in the national interest. My assurance to this House and to every Ghanaian is simple. Your money is safe. Your money is safe. Under the leadership of President Mahama, your economy is in safe hands. And as long as I have the honor to serve as Minister for Finance, it will remain so. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to level with you always. I will tell you the truth about the state of the public finances, whether the news is welcoming or difficult. We will never conceal our challenges or exaggerate our successes. Trust is about the truth, and truth must remain the foundation of sound economic management. Our responsibility now is not merely to celebrate these gains, but to preserve them for future generations. Economic stability is not an event. It is a duty renewed every day through prudent stewardship, fiscal discipline, and unwavering accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not going back. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Mahama and with the determination of the Ghanaian people, Ghana is moving forward steadily, honestly, and together. Mr. Speaker, with these remarks, I respectfully submit the 2026 mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of government to this House for consideration. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
we can continue. All members. Members, that is the mid-year review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of the Republic of Ghana for the 2026 fiscal year, ably presented by the Minister responsible for finance. Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will listen to each other in silence.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has just told this House that the true character of a Finance Minister is not determined by how much he spends. Such a statement must cause palpitation among ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, basically what he is telling all ministers that he is not going to spend, he is not going to release funds to you. Mr. Speaker, already you are suffering and you'll be redundant in your various ministries. His deputy minister told the nation that 1.6 billion was released to the agri minister. Today, he says only 1.1 billion. You see, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends. Mr. Speaker, throughout his review, there was no policy announcement for the cocoa sector. The 4 million farmers, the 4 million cocoa farmers are suffering. This finance minister, since he took over as a supervising minister responsible for cocoa, we have seen suffering and wailing, and he comes here to lament. Mr. Speaker, he talks about determining the true cost of economic policy, the true cost. He's talking about having met some debt. What he has forgotten, that he refused good counsel from the minority. When Gold Board and Bank of Ghana charges on the gold for reserve policy was at 15%, we cautioned. He didn't listen. Later, IMF forced them to reduce it to 9%. 3 days ago, the governor announced that he was no more going to participate in this gold for reserve. It's too late in the day. You've already incurred losses of 9.6 billion. That is what the IMF told you. And you come here, you're saying prudent management of the economy. Really? Mr. Speaker, this review is full of English with empty payment. The payment, he said, is done. He said they've done some payment. Why didn't he give us details? You paid your party members. You paid your party members. The monies have gone to your party members. And Mr. Speaker, the Nkukor Kitinkiti project has now become protein.
All members, I insist we listen to each other in silence.
The Nkukor Kitinkiti has become protein for your party executives. They are all cooking Akukon Kwai. It is now Akukon Kwai. Mr. Speaker, I want the finance minister to walk the talk. If you come here and you say 24-hour market, 24-hour market at 42 million cedis, and you've abandoned the Agenda 111. The hospitals, that should be your priority. You are not consulting the hospitals. Then you are spending a whooping sum of 42 million and you say you've released 80% to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, you are using the assemblies, their own allocation, to pay for the 24-hour economy. When there are no hospitals, how do you say you are constructing markets? Mr. Speaker, this review is uninspiring. There is no inspiration. What we are experiencing in this country is persecution, persecution, persecution. For the first time, we are seeing political imprisonment. Who to me is a political prisoner. Mr. Speaker, Camilla Al-Hassan, a young mother of 3, is also a political prisoner, telling you how intolerant you are, and you are here telling us you are running an economy. You want this to be a one-sided parliament. When people criticize you, you threaten them. A lot of my MPs here are being threatened. You are threatening members of parliament with prosecution. Let me serve a warning to the Attorney General that the ravening clouds shall no longer be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. Be careful. 2028, you'll be in opposition. 2028. If you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, if you don't stop now, you will go and meet Wontumi there, and Wontumi will be out, and you will go in. So I'm advising you, let us all be measured. We welcome the reforms by the finance minister, and for the first time, he did something patriotic by acknowledging the digitalization reforms we introduced in government payments. Today he has acknowledged it. Mr. Speaker, we commend you for acknowledging MPP. We commend you, but you can do better. Tell your government to free all political prisoners. Dr. Ato Forson, tell your government to free all political prisoners. Who to me deserve justice. Camilla Al-Hassan deserve justice. The MPs behind me that you have lined them up for persecution. Listen, you can decide to imprison every MP. It will not shut us down. We will criticize you. We will hold your feet to account, and we'll make sure you account for every city you spend. But you know what? The good news is that you are on your way to opposition. You are on your way to opposition. So you should begin thinking. You should begin thinking deep. Because in someone cells, in someone prison will not be locked up. It will open widely for you. It will swallow many of you. From what we are seeing in public procurement, your situation will be worse. So be careful, those of you who are comfortable. And finally, you claim you want a third term. Third term. You are not performing. You said third term. Ato Forson, you are here presenting a budget, and beneath it is a third term agenda where you are going to spend money for people to be calling for third term. We are watching you with eagle eyes. Third term, focus on 24-hour economy. You promised 1 job, 3 shifts. You promised industrialization. Ghanaian businesses have lost confidence in you. You canceled the 1D, 1F, which was creating opportunity for the private sector. In its place, no policy alternatives. Electricity tariffs have gone up over almost 30%. Then you get up, you say you are promoting 24-hour economy. You have sacked public sector workers. Many of the Ghanaian youth lost their jobs. You sacked them. Today you are here. Instead of promising to restore them into their rightful places in the job market, you are not doing so. Then you come, you say we should praise you. Who is going to praise you? If you don't pay, and you are holding the money, and then you are there, tightening belt and only paying your party members, then we should praise you. We are not interested in the books. We are interested in the economy in our pockets. People are suffering, Mr. Speaker. People need jobs. Your youth, even your MPs, they are praising you here. A lot of them are hungry. Your backbenchers, they can't go back home. Your backbenchers, and you hear you say we should praise you. We will not praise you. It is the same old story. Asem Dadana, Mrs. Sai, again, Asem Dadana, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Presenting a mid-year review of the budget, which this House approved and authorized him to execute. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that the Finance Minister has given a very good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the records, there is no inconsistency between what the Finance Minister said and what his deputy mentioned some time ago. His deputy mentioned that he had given a release of 1.1 billion, 1.6 billion. Today, the Finance Minister reported that he has given 1.1 billion to the Minister of Agriculture and he also paid 551 million for Farmer Services Center. If you put the two together, that's 1.6. That's 1. It was presented. You see, the good thing about this media report.
Honorable members, for once, let's listen to each other in silence. Honorable members, please.
The good thing about this report is that it was presented live on national television. Everybody was watching and they saw the figures projected. So if the minority leader engages in a slip of tongue, it is important for me to I just thought I should correct that. I know that he did not benefit from going to Fufulsu Primary School. So his mathematics might not be as good as Honorable Jinapo's mathematics. When you add 551 to 1.1, you get 1.6. So the finance minister and his deputy presented an accurate figure. But Mr. Speaker, we were in this country, in this parliament, and there was a finance minister who told us that he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. That he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. A finance minister who could not run the economy without going for debts. Today, we have a finance minister who has abolished all those taxes, and yet he is successfully managing our economy. We have a finance minister who is not borrowing recklessly, but is successfully managing our economy. That is why I said that this finance minister has clearly given a good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are struggling, working day and night to pay the debts, to fix the economy. Like the minister has indicated, ordinary Ghanaians are making sacrifices. Where is the man who put us in the debt? Where is Ken Ofori-Atta? After borrowing recklessly, creating the debts, he has gone and he is hiding in the United States of America. We must bring Ken Ofori-Atta back. Ken Ofori-Atta should be brought back to come and account to the good people of Ghana why he so grossly mismanaged our finances and left ordinary Ghanaians to struggle and fix the economy whilst he enjoys in the United States of America. And this is a man who was presented by the NPP as a finance minister. And the same people are telling Ghanaians that they should be brought back to power. So that you do what with power? You will bring Ken Ofori-Atta back and he will come and be building cathedrals. Mr. Speaker, this media report clearly indicates that the cathedral project is not ongoing. Mr. Speaker, what is ongoing is the construction of new schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of existing schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of the quality of schools. This media report shows that what is ongoing is the construction of roads, the construction of bridges never seen in the history of Ghana before. Mr. Speaker, this finance minister has indeed given a good account of himself. And that is why this House must commend him highly. Mr. Speaker, clearly, under this finance minister, Ghana is working again. Mr. Speaker, I believe that with Dr. Atuforsen managing our economy, we can all go to sleep with two eyes closed, because he will deliver. Mr. Speaker, as for the issues that my friends in the minority have raised, I am surprised that when we have been presented with a mid-year review of the budget, we are seeking to castigate the judiciary of this country. You are castigating the judiciary because it is not the Attorney General who convicted Wontumi. It is not Atuforsen who convicted Wontumi. It is a judge who convicted Wontumi. So the place to go to is the court, where he has been convicted. Go and fight your case in the court. I have full confidence in the judiciary, and I know that if you go there, Mr. Speaker, this is not a forum to discuss Wontumi. It won't be fair to Wontumi for us to make him the subject matter of debate. So, Mr. Speaker, let me join this House to commend the Finance Minister and to assure the Finance Minister of the support of this House, of the support of Parliament as he continues to work and improve the finances and the economy. Finance Minister, this morning or this afternoon, you have laid a number of bills. You have laid a number of bills which we believe are all aimed at helping you achieve your various targets. This House will diligently go through the bills and ensure the passage of the bills. Mr. Speaker, why is the minority leader thinking that he should take the same time as myself? I speak for 189 people. I speak for 189 people. You speak for how many people? Let's count them. How many are they? How many are they? How can the person who speaks for 189 share the same time as the person who speaks for 87? How does that happen? How does the person who speaks for only 87 have the same time as the person who speaks for 189? Mr. Speaker, so be measured in terms of what you ask for.
Honorable.
Look at your size when you're asking for material.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, they will still keep your time for you. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there was a clear understanding of 10 minutes each. I complied with it. The clerk communicated. Mr. Speaker, we were both time, the majority leader's time ended, and then he was given additional time. Mr. Speaker, I was going to talk about the free SHS that they couldn't implement with internally generated funds, and now they are going to borrow. But I held back. Mr. Speaker, just exiting IMF, they've gone for 1 billion cedis. I kept quiet. Mr. Speaker, $1 billion. But because I wanted to act within time, I acted within time. And now the majority leader has been given extended time. And all he says is that he needs 189, which will soon dissipate.
Mr. Speaker, I think the right time for debate will come. He should try and end this so that we delve into the issues, because the finance minister took 2 hours on his parliament message.
Minority Leader, with all due respect,
all I want to say.
Let me bring it to your attention that I am not the timekeeper. They are keeping the time up there, which would automatically cut at 10 minutes. I think the clerk can attest to that. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you observe, for most of the time I was on my feet. I was not talking because you were making a lot of noise and heckling. So I was quiet. If you observe, you see, when you heckle and I shout back at you, I haven't respected you. The reason is that there's a proverb among my people, but I will not use that proverb. So please, when you are talking, I keep quiet because I respect you. I have to listen to you. If you are talking across and I'm also talking across, we are not listening to each other. And the children who are watching from home will be learning a very bad lesson. That's why anytime you start, I keep quiet. That was what ate into my time. If not, strictly speaking, I did not even speak for up to 5 minutes, strictly speaking. And I have a strategy where when a finance minister comes and delivers a very, very sweet message, I don't want to dilute it. I don't want to dilute it. I know the strategy of my friend opposite is to take attention away from this beautiful message to Chairman Wontumi. That's the strategy. If I follow him along that line, I would have assisted him to achieve his objective. So I will not discuss those matters. So let us leave it here. We'll have the time to comment on the statement, in fact about 2 or 3 days to comment on the statement. At the level of leadership, we'll discuss the time allotment. The proposal is that we start the commentary tomorrow. Will we be sufficiently prepared to start tomorrow? Yeah. It's obvious that you are not ready now. Because when you were given the opportunity, you were talking about Wontumi. When you were given the opportunity, you were talking about Wontumi instead of the media statement. So you are clearly not yet ready. So we'll make copies available to you. When you read that, you might see that it has nothing to do with Wontumi. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable members, we defer further comment on the statement. We then turn to order paper addendum 2 at commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Yes, we are now coming to do presentation of those papers. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, just for your guidance, the statement that the finance minister...
Yes, the statement has been duly laid.
Yeah, no, Mr. Speaker, where he first laid it, Mr. Speaker, there is a particular spot where such important policies interested in when I'm not interested. Mr. Speaker, it is curious to find that the government MPs are going out now, and they are not even in white, because they find the statement uninspiring. The last time they came in white, and now all of them are running away. You see, Mr. Speaker, all of them are going out. I said it. I said it. All of them are leaving. They are not even well attired in their usual white, because there's no inspiration. If you see the mixture of dresses, multicolored dresses, there is no white, no inspiration. They are all leaving. The budget is empty. They are all leaving, Mr. Speaker.
With all due respect, the table is the table of the House, and it's very long. The clerk is in charge. Honorable Minister responsible for finance, you may now lay item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum 2.
Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a service provider to assist with the implementation of the Fiscal Electronic Device (FED) policy for the Ghana Revenue Authority. Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a firm to develop and deploy the Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection Platform. Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy cross-border e-commerce VAT monitoring and collection system, the Sentinel system for the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honourable members, the item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum 2 at page 1, I have all been duly presented, and they are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. Yes.
Eu contar também com isso, cara, não vai te. Também fez cabelo vermelho. What's your phone? Minimum sana yekita wallet. Thank you, Krabi.
Back here in studio, and so those who are visuals from Parliament, where you had the Finance Minister, Dr. Kesiel Atoforsen, taking us through the mid-year budget review as he presented that to all of us. So he mentioned a number of things, that the 3 key transformational policy reforms that he believes, he says, that has turned around the economy, talking about fiscal correction, modernization of Ghana's tax regime, and complementary fiscal policies to support inflation targeting and exchange rate stability. So these, all that he said on the day were based on these things. And then you heard from the majority and the minority sides, the leaders reacting to the budget. Of course, for the NPP, they say that this is a budget of no hope. And you heard Alexander Afenyo-Markin, the minority leader, saying that even for the majority side, the caucus they are leaving, they are not even in white because they're not celebrating the review or the budgets that was said there. And you saw the minority side in black also. So that's what happened in Parliament. And this is where we'll wrap up on our live coverage of the 2026 mid-year budget review by the Finance Minister. We're back at 7 p.m. We'll bring you all the reactions on this particular budget. My name is Desmond Okwekudan. So many thanks for staying with us. See you at 7.
Metro TV, insightful and inspiring moments.
Welcome to GH Schools, your #1 training institute that offers practical-based tuition in media and a variety of skill acquisition-related areas. At